Bom dia a todos. É com grande prazer que vos recebo uma vez mais no nosso 16º colóquio e apenas e muito rapidamente, para não estar a demorar, pedir-vos um grande favor. Nunca usem aqui esta via, circulem pelos lados, porque há duas câmaras que estão efetivamente preparadas para registrar tudo isto. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming again, especially for those who are visiting us for the first time. And only one recommendation. Now, please don't use this middle way because we have the cameras there, so please circulate on the sides just to avoid the interruption of the transmission. Thank you very much. We are beginning our 16th Colloquium Interdisciplinary on Proverbs, and it is a pleasure to receive all of you. After, during the break, I will have for you some instructions, but by now I just thank you, Oti, just for beginning our colloquium. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to this lecture so early in the morning. And I try to be quick because I already lost 7 minutes. So, could you? Yep. So, there are different associations with the word place, be it in English or in any other language, especially when place is connected to human beings, being somewhere or being in relation to other people. The significance of the term place, location, or position is obvious. Nowadays, the war near Finland has raised questions like what is our place? What does it mean to live in Finland? Who can call him or herself a Scandinavian nordbo, like people living together in the northern hemisphere, etc. These are the main chapters of my talk. I read articles of different disciplines: geography, environmental psychology, cultural and migration studies, and I got this kind of content to study place in proverb law. The environmental psychologist Claire Twigger-Ross and David Utzel adapted identity theory to studying the meaning of place. They wrote about facts constructing a person's place, identity, and got the next points. I have distributed them to these chapters. So you see there this distinctiveness. It means that when people use place identification to distinguish themselves from others, and they are their ownership of a place and social position. Then continuity, when people live in the same type of place, it provides a sense of continuity of the self. And you see it is in these three chapters here, this continuity. And then self-esteem. People are feeling proud of the place where they live. So it is there in this ownership of a place, and it of course could be their in favorite place or own place. Then self-efficacy. This refers to qualities of the residential area. So when everyday life runs well, so it is there also in the first chapter. Then I go to Proverbs in the first chapter. I present here, these are taken from the Matti Kuusi's typology. You see there the net link to this proverb typology. You can go there if you want. And most of these are taken from these opposites of near, far, and at home in unfamiliar conditions. So you notice this subgroup, one's own home or home district is the best, the dearest, the safest, and familiar and better than a strange place. And you see those proverbs, there are metaphors like nest, and every bird thinks its own nest charming, and jedem Vogel gefällt sein Nest, à chaque oiseau son nid de beau, etc. Also in Hungarian and Japanese, that there is no place to be compared to my house. Then there are some proverbs from Finnish archive, folklore archives. You see these red words there. They are there is this koti, kotona. It is word home in Finnish. So you will learn an important word in Finnish is koti. The first proverbs are, so there is no such a good place to visit which would be better than home, like that. But then in the middle, the fourth proverb, this a hard man will keep his home, a soft man will not keep even his ass. So it means that what does it mean to defend your place, your own place? So those last two proverbs are provided with an explanation of use. They seem to represent speech in which the value of secure and stationary life has been denied. So you see there is a said when somebody wants to go home from good company, they said, many people have died at home. It is, maybe you have in your culture also these kind of sayings. And then the last one is, why should one care about these earthly things? These boys, girls, home is in heaven. This kind of thinking also. Heaven is a place also. Then the proverb of this slide, the proverbs are from 3 different subgroups of Matti Kuusi typology. The first proverb is from the same group as those before, and the second is belongs to the main category of social position, and it is about future. The metaphors of going and no, sorry. The third is about this future. The metaphors of going and coming back. So the ship goes, the port remains. This is taken from Wolfgang's book. It's Turkish. And I have added those to this first proverb. There is, it's about self-determination. A man's house is his castle. And a second is about this homelessness. And third one, like a stability of one's own point of reference. So this metaphor of port and ship. The port is this. So this about belonging to a place. Here is also about the names of places. The function of proper names is to differentiate similar kinds of entities, such as people or places, from each other. Those who are linguists know this. Here you find a Finnish example how a familiar place name takes a general proverb saying to another level. You know, this is kyllä aikoo on ja haetaan laukasta lisää. Aikaa on ja naantalista saadaan lisää. Onhan tätä aikaa ja toista muolaasta. This time will go and we get more of it from a parish of Laukaa and like that. I don't know if these kind of sayings are in other languages. And so it makes the situation also humorous. There is a study I read of Per Gustafsson, which shows that in small places people are more apt to give to the places the same, to the places self-related meanings than in big cities. So we can imagine that in Tavira there could be, because it's a human-size place, so people use more like those names related to this place. Then there is this Rome proverb, you all may know it. Rome has been the center which you cannot miss. The proverb was known in Liber Parabolarum, the book of parables, and then it was also known as a sorcerer in the 14th century. If we think about the meaning of Rome, then you know that Constantinople was on 330 on as a second Rome. And in the 15th century, Moscow was declared as the third Rome. It was also a declaration of the center of the only right and Orthodox Church. So you see also those Finnish proverbs about centers. We have this Turku, now I think Louis, our our president, is now in Turku. He's there in this tomb, and then from every house there leads a road to St. Petersburg. It was a center then, and Estonian one behind the sauna. You can leave for Moscow. Then this continues, this belonging to a place. You see her, she has told about this, the meaning of this first proverb is that said when someone wants to point out another person's inadequate or disrespectful behavior, then they say, have we arrived in Madeira? And then also we must notice that when people are inclined to connect the place where we live, the state, or like that, to people also, or language. In Finland, we think that everybody living in Finland, yes, they are Finns, they speak Finnish, although it's not true like that. So it's a human way to connect them. So here are some stereotypic sayings that a Karelian is unreliable, but nobody believes in Savodian, the people from Savo. And then call a Russian a fellow, keep a knife alongside. And in in Czech, when a snake gets warm on ice, then a German will wish well to Czech. Like this kind of stereotypes. That's what I mean, that proverbs are not always so easy. Then about roots, the metaphor we have for places and continuity. The key concept in identifying with a place is involvement or commitment, which means a degree of rooting to a place. It's said by Ralph, a researcher. Roots mean that you and perhaps your family have invested in your conditions. A place can be made part of your own past. Then you see those three proverbs about tree and roots, and also this farmer's attitude when both a farmer and a willow ticket are hard to do away with, or nobody can destroy a farmer even if you chopped off his hand and foot. They are so rooted. But if there is no confidence in your circumstances, if you don't have any roots, so there are proverbs that tell about the most brutal conditions, and you see those was man in der Magen bekommen, wird auch vom größten Herrn nicht genommen. Or Estonian mis kohusse kõrval, mis vatsasse varjul. And in Russia also, a hunk in the hand is not mine, but in the belly it is mine. So this all, maybe you have in your cultures also this kind of thinking. Then again a thing that dreaming of an own place, like a promised land, this attraction of faraway and fantasized places is known in proverb law, but mainly in the role of warnings. So you see that don't build castles in the air, and having is better than wanting. I take this as having a place of your own is better than wanting a place of your own. Then better a cottage for a home than a palace to visit as a stranger. So, how much? Uh-oh. I must be quick. About, you know, these prophets have no honor in his own country. These things. And also those about when you must kind of deny the value of your own place. You can say that the sun will shine on a pile of scraps, or the sun will shine on our side of the fence also, like this kind of using proverbs. And then this ownership of place, which I made in the title of my presentation, it is not so easy to distinguish in Proverbs. Is it about owning, or because it's not self-evident that you own a land in every culture, but anyway, in Proverbs we are warned about this having this co-ownership and like that. So I must go on because there's no time for. And Lisa is waiting for her presentation. Then about this social position, which is very important when how we think about our place and their place, and what is the value of a place also. There are sayings about go away, mouse from the ear of the horse, and like this. And another way, it's a special question here about power relations in human history, how men and women are positioned. Normally we get a list of proverbs about women are in the low position, but there are some I found some interesting proverbs where this it is also said that the wife holds up 3 corners of the house and the husband only the fourth. This was also in Mide's collection, but it was Slovenian there, and I found this Croatian. Oops. And then also in Finnish and Karelia, this the assurance of a house is dependent on the mistress. Emännässä talon turva. Then I go to conclusions. You can read them, but I read here my... If we think, for example, refugees of today, it is important to understand how central for people is the place where they live, people's ability to root in new circumstances, people's means to maintain their identity. Proverbs often deal with home district, where you feel your roots are, and the home as the safest and most familiar place you know. Social positions can be seen as places in the hierarchy of human community. Then a person is put in his or her place. So also without a position, you are an outsider. Without a choice to belong to a place you respect or which you feel to be your own. Proverbs primarily warn about abnormality and deviance. Homelessness and separateness, like living without a family, are suspicious phenomena. Joint ownership is not a positive thing, according to the ethos, at least of European proverbs. Ownership of a place has been connected to responsibility and even becoming an adult in land-owning cultures. So I have here, I have read, oops. Oh, what happens? You see, hello, Louis. So, thank you. Thank you. I have no slide for thank you, but...
All right. Greetings from Turku, Outi. It's pretty cloudy here today. But our next speaker is Lisa Gramon-Heranen, and who I had the pleasure of meeting just a couple of weeks ago, and I want to take the opportunity to thank her publicly for her contribution to my coming here to Turku. Dr. Gramon-Heranen focuses her current research on folkloristic paremiology in the Department of Folkloristics at the University of Turku. She has 2 PhDs, one in education and the other in folkloristics, and she has been an associate professor in folkloristics at the University of Turku and in education at the University of Jyväskylä in Finland. Her research is multidisciplinary, but her main interest is in folkloristic studies related to proverbs, the concept of metaphor in philosophy, as well as the questions of power, authority, and autonomy in education. Among other activities, she's a member of AIP, as well as the European Society of Physiology. And, well, I was going to mention earlier that she has been compiling the database for the ICP articles since 2008 with Dr. Laukahangas. And Dr. Gramon-Heranen is going to present a paper titled The Life Cycle of a Proverb. And dear Lisa, the floor is yours.
I try to start, yes. I'm today talking about the life cycle of proverb. Actually, it is not only a proverb, as proverbs, can I put it, can you put my, yes, okay, never mind, I can speak still. So, it is only about the proverbs, actually, it is a question about all folkloristics artifacts. Proverbs are artifacts, and it is it means that there is something behind that. They are made And they are artes and factos, those of you who have with the philosophy something to do and understand Latin. So these are artefacts of Tavira, but and I chose one artifact that is not proverb there, but it functions like a proverb. It is a cradle from Lapland. It is a baby bed there, and for us it is just a thing. Like a proverb is just a sentence. If we don't know anything else about that, it is very handy thing. You can put it on the snow, you can carry it and everything else, and it is my first bed. So those who will want to hear the story about this cradle, I tell it, but not now. But as you see, every proverb also has a story behind it. So some meantime I tell everything about that, and it is quite exciting. But proverbs are public property. They are rooted somewhere. They have the background. They have been born somewhere. As Oat took up the geographical background, the also emotional background, and all paremiologic research has been, and I'm sure it will be also, done in some socio-cultural framework. And we cannot forget that. When we say, sorry Outi, but when we say all roads from Finland leads to St. Petersburg, that time near everybody got their earning from Russian time in the 19th century in Petersburg. Every family sent somebody there to work. So that is one way to understand all the roads lead to St. Petersburg, not to Moscow, but Petersburg. But as proverbs are public property, it means that everybody can use them, but it also means that everybody can change them and do whatever with them. So we should be a little bit careful with the interpretation. It is, and excuse me, I didn't say, but I speak from Finnish point of view, from a folkloristic point of view, not a linguistic. So that was the social-cultural background of my researches. It is daily language. There are also the higher language, better language, that uses proverbs, but they live only in some occasions. For example, all roads leads to Turku. It has been found in Finland, but I do not know anybody who has heard it or who has read it in somewhere in living circumstances. Only here in Tavira we hear it. So, and it was saved in 1800, the time when Turku was not capital of Finland, but it was the nearest town to Sweden, which Finland was a part of that. So, but now we come to that we have proverbs in use. And in folkloristics, the main idea is to look up some living tradition and that is coming from somewhere. So we have somewhere proverbs in use, but the public is often aware of the origin of an expression, and it comes to be an anonymous sentence by time. We have some year, I told you about those songs and things in Finland. We think that they are proverbs. They are proverbs, but they are not anonymous. And nowadays, it is not much that is anonymous. On the other side, there is a lot of opinions that are anonymous. So a proverb comes, the origin of expression it becomes the anonymous sentence, then a cliché. In Finland we have latteus, a lot of clichés, which are actually proverbs, and proverbs that are used as clichés or sayings. The start of the life cycle of folklore product is in the natural, almost imperceptible past. So all folklore products comes somewhere. And once again, proverbs are folklore products. It is a stage characterized by an authenticity. And what is authenticity? Today it is a different thing than it has been. In this stage could be called simply normal, everyday life. So they are living there. And today's circumstances, as you see, they have historical anonymous expression. But due to the fast communication we have, it is possible to identify the first user of what. We know Matti Nykänen in Finland, and the ski jumper. He was, maybe you know, one of the best in the world, and he was very good with that when he could say, and they began to live his expressions, and some of them stayed and became proverbs. Finnish traditional proverbs also include some that originate in fairly recent poetry, in the beginning of 20th century. From the poem, yes. So we accept all of them because they have begun to live own life outside the first place they have been invented. But from those proverbs we have collections. We made archives, and by these archives we study immaterial artifacts, proverbs. When they have been noticed outside the normal living context, they go to the next phase. This is by Roy Jacker from Holland and Honko from Finland, which I have compiled this idea. These are not mine altogether. But I stay behind these. I have made a mixed analysis of them. They begin a new life phase. They are noticed since their existence might be in danger. Proverbs are disappearing. Now we shall collect proverbs. Or they might be in danger. And then we make collections. We make collections and put them on the shelves, and they stand there. And in Finland we don't have collected contexts. We have, because we had a very strong method, Finnish method, geographical historical method, which was very fine and good and everything that was needed in the nationalistic time, but it forgot the users of proverb. It wouldn't be even possible that way. Then we take select proverbs in collections for general public from archives. We might interpret them from how we think it is. It is very nice, people like them. It is not a question about that. But so proverbs are collected and documented, and they get the status of heritage. They are important. And in Finland we have the biggest heritage collection is Kalevala, as you know, and during the herderistic time I noticed that they also have false these proverbs. They have made they more to like people would love them in Kalevala meter and like that. So we can't even trust to that all Kalevala meter proverbs in Finnish are old proverbs. Lönnrot did that, and also those later ones in the 20th century, it is okay, but we cannot trust everything we read. And then, and here was, this is not an everyday practice, it is conserving heritage. Proverbs as normal artifacts, they live in the use. They change form and they live. But they give the impression of living tradition, but they are part of archives. After that, general public and father researchers read, use, and implement those collections, either those books made of these archive collections or archives. And in archives, I know only Finnish style, we have them in, often in alphabet. It depends what word it begins, it goes there. And then we have also Matti Kuusi's system that is made for function, but sorry to say, they are not those, we don't know if they were those functions, but they are very important, this one. It is not for a question of that. And proverbs are taken from books and archives by two types of users. As you know, people who want to use them, even politics, and people who want to study them, perimologists. And many of us are a part of both groups. We want to use them and we want to study them. But after that, those proverbs, I put it then, proverbs comes to use. They are again in use. But, and that now comes to big but, these proverbs here in use are not the same as in the beginning of this, in the beginning of the circle, because they have gone around archives, collecting archives and everything like that. So they are not the same things. They are proverbs and they are, maybe it goes like a spiral, perhaps outside that. Time changes, the context changes, the use of them changes. So proverbs they look like the same. They sound like the same, but they doesn't function like the same as it was, we were talking about the computers. Shit in and shit out. It was earlier, it was about eating. Now it is about computers. So it comes new environment, and they have to make this, find a place there. So the questions here, troubles, challenges, or what you call they, proverbs in use. We get what we ask. Do you know this proverb? Oh yes, okay. Can you tell me some proverbs? Yes, and then it comes. But they are not in use. And it is the same thing with collections. I am asking about proverbs about something. I found them. I can look at the word. It is very easy in English. In Finnish it's not so as easy because we have different way to use. But we can use also. We call it sane, the beginning of the word, the way to find out words. And then, with collections archives, we ask more about what we have got and understood. But then we focus on what we are studying. We focus on what we study. Then it means that we leave a lot of outside. Then we study what we have got. And the way we have understood it, the way we have understood it, it is not the same always. It can be how the message sender who uses it has meant. And it is not possible. I can't give any answers for this, how to do it. And then we go back to the next time, to the spiral. Proverbs in use, because people choose those they want to use, and then it goes away. And there are roughly said, two kind of environs where people need and uses them. They are general public, and that is really the place where proverbs live and where they should live. General public, everyday life. Then we have those academic studies, because there we look different thing. And then the academic studies should be still divided to folkloristic and linguistic. And then even put a third one there, because there is the psychology, and there are many things that uses that. And linguistics is divided to translations and like that. Maybe this is the reason that in Finland we don't have any dictionary of proverbs. We don't have actually anything that says, we don't know what would be the right one, and it is good that we don't have, because what I mean a proverb, or understood with a proverb, it is right for me and the situation, but I can't learn in everyday life, in family, I tell you, yes, I mean that, but not as a scholar. I can't go tell, oh, this was to be understood like, maybe in this situation and like that. But proverbs live. As long as they are used, they do live. And here you see about those rojakes, dragens van Tardite. It was very good. I have to say that I read it in Hollandska. No, I got also a little bit help. But and Honko's article. So all this is put together somehow in my article, in introductory article, but not so fine. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Do we have time for questions?
And comments.
And comments.
Very clear and very interesting. What is the place, excuse me that you have understood me, what is the place in your field of study of the Proverbs? Have you a special field, or it's only by personal interest?
Proverbs in my studies, they began with the educational side. Why? If proverbs we raise which we raise up children with is as manipulation, or is it traditional, or is it indoctrination that is even stronger than manipulation?
So you want localizate?
No, I took life stories, and and there I found out those which has context with, and with those authors were born before, not born before, 1930s, because their childhood were in Finland before Second World War, and the Second World War again was quite a turning point. Children were they moved to be more and more at school and learn things. But it was the whole way they heard it at home. And what was interesting there was that if you once had heard a proverb, you could tell it after 50 years, and you could tell very clearly what it meant. But it was surely not that what we think it should mean. But it means that the author used it in the way she or he had learned it in the childhood. So I myself am very careful that I wouldn't say that this is right or wrong. And
thank you.
And what about my own background with my grandchildren? I have said that I don't use proverbs, but sometimes it like slips. And then I say, but don't believe me. And they are nowadays adults and quite good to argue.
Thank you. In what place do you teach?
No, I don't teach. I research. I study. And nowadays I am retired.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? I have a little question if no one else.
Yes, Damian is giving now our question.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I had a small question about the notion of social censorship. You said a proverb lives if it passes social censorship. Can you develop on that?
I didn't say that, but it is good that...
It was a quote, yeah.
Yes, yeah, it can be said. So, okay, yes. All those that was collected in the beginning of 19th century, they didn't pass the censorship. They were bad words. Shit. Even, which say in Finnish, paska on pellon kultaa. The shit is code for the fields. But it was censored. Many of these kinds. So we can't trust that there would be everything, because our proverbs have very beautiful language, very Bible language almost, because Bible proverbs are made to Finnish also in the way not translated, but they have taken the place in the everyday life. Yeah, but I think all those sopimattomat, incompatible words, they are left subject. Yeah.
Because in a way we could say that many proverbs fail to pass social censorship, even if they don't have bad words, because many fail to catch on. So it reminded me of this.
Yeah, okay, good, thanks. And there is Shasha, I don't know if you see Louis.
Yeah.
He had some small question. Maybe Louis should ask first.
No, go for it. Go for it. Mine
Okay,
can wait.
thank you. I have a question on proverb is a daily language, because I think I do not agree totally, of course, in a way we can interpret it. But on the other hand, if you look at your grandchildren, I wonder how much they use them daily. So maybe it is... I would like some more extra on this daily language, please. Yeah. And about collections and without context, we are always complaining about it, of course, because we want to know all the meanings of the proverbs. I know we have the same problems. But on the other hand, I was thinking, it's just a thought. Imagine that we would collect proverbs with the context. What this collection would look like, it would be chaos, I believe. Yeah. So, yeah.
I answer to the last one. Thanks. I use shortly. I say shortly to that. Daily, that's why I use possible word semantic, because in order to understand a sentence, you should understand all the possible meanings of that. So that's why I can explain that we don't do that. And daily language, it is not only what I speak, it is speech like writing also, like in SMS messages. It is, anyhow, in Finland, it is very much like that. There it comes. And my grandchildren, they don't use proverbs. They enjoy just that, oh, you have your stories. No, and I wouldn't even expect, but maybe then they are old. They recognize something. But I have never said to them anything so wise, so important, so like that they should remember that it's better that they take their own head and use that. So now it is the time. Oh, Louis, you had something still.
It's okay. I don't think it's a very good question anyway, so just
okay, we'll meet next week. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And our last speakers for this session are Jorge Batista, Susana Reis, and Nuno Mamede. Jorge is a tenured associate professor at the University of Algarve, and has a PhD in linguistics. He's also a researcher at the Human Language Technology Lab, INESC ID, I guess, in Lisbon, and has a number of publications in the field of computer processing of natural language, specifically in Portuguese, including the development of resources for language learning. Sonia Reis has a PhD in language sciences from the University of the Algarve. Her publications focus on the study of proverbs and language teaching. Her scientific interests range from syntax, terminology, corpora annotation, and natural language processing to semantics and the teaching of languages. She is currently an invited assistant professor at the University of the Algarve and does research work at the INESC ID in Lisbon. And finally, Nuno Mamede has a PhD in electrotechnical and computer engineering and is an associate professor at the Instituto Superior Técnico and a researcher at the Human Language Technology Lab. He has worked in the field of natural language processing, namely syntactic processing, recognition of named entities, and natural language interfaces for databases, and is the author of numerous scientific articles in these fields. They are going to present their paper Anti-Proverbios, Desafíos a Identificação Automática de Expressões Criativas de Provérbios, Anti-Proverbs, Challenges to the Automatic Identification of Creative Proverb Expressions. The floor is yours.
Olá a todos. Venho apresentar-vos então um trabalho sobre os desafios à identificação automática de expressões criativas produzidas a partir de provérbios, que foi feito em colaboração com dois outros autores, Jorge Batista, da Universidade do Algarve e Inés de Lisboa, que está aqui comigo hoje, e Nuno Mamede, também do Inés de Lisboa e do Instituto Superior Técnico da Universidade de Lisboa. I will speak in Portuguese, and at the end of this presentation, Professor Jorge will make a summary in English. Estas expressões criativas são por vezes chamadas de antiprovérbios e são aqui entendidas como expressões que estabelecem uma relação entre a forma standard do provérbio e a forma modificada do mesmo, reconhece as semelhanças e as diferenças formais entre estas formas e determina-se o novo significado criativo por referência ao significado original a partir das diferenças. Há uma adequação do material paramiológico a novos contextos de utilização. São expressões como, por exemplo, o crime até compensa. Neste caso, a polaridade do provérbio original, o crime não compensa, não se manteve. O objetivo deste trabalho é, então, estabelecer estratégias para a identificação automática de variantes criativas de provérbios, usando métodos de processamento da linguagem natural. Utilizamos como texto de base o Ano da Morte de Ricardo Reis, de José Saramago, já que há evidências na literatura de que esta obra apresenta tanto provérbios como também variações criativas de provérbios. Foi também uma escolha por conveniência, porque por esta obra se encontrar em formato digital. A versão que utilizamos apresenta cerca de 142 mil palavras. Para a identificação destas expressões, centramos-nos para já nos provérbios que fazem parte do mínimo paramiológico do português europeu, ou seja, no conjunto de provérbios mais usuais e que são conhecidos e empregos pela maioria dos falantes dessa comunidade linguística. O mínimo paramiológico do português europeu contém 318 expressões proverbiais e foi determinado reunindo primeiro mais de 114 mil provérbios a partir de dicionários e coletâneas de referência de provérbios e depois estimando a disponibilidade lexical desses provérbios com base na sua ocorrência em diferentes tipos de corpora, em variadas fontes, nomeadamente corpora, uma base de dados de provérbios e textos manuais escolares, textos jornalísticos também. Também foram selecionados manualmente os provérbios considerados mais usuais por dois especialistas. Foi ainda verificada a frequência destas expressões em dois motores de busca diferentes, o Google e o Bing, e foram ainda aplicados dois questionários diferentes. Utilizamos dois métodos diferentes para identificar os provérbios, a string e o sistema Unitex. A string é uma cadeia de processamento da linguagem natural em que já foram integradas as expressões que formam o mínimo paramiológico do português europeu. Os provérbios estão organizados em unidades paramiológicas, isto é, o conjunto das variantes de um mesmo provérbio, definidas com base em diferentes critérios, são critérios formais, semânticos e pragmáticos. A string, antes de mostrar os resultados, a string tem uma grande precisão na identificação dos provérbios e variantes do mínimo paramiológico, como já confirmamos em estudos anteriores. No texto em estudo, o ano da morte de Ricardo Reis identificou 8 provérbios deste conjunto do mínimo paramiológico. Vou apresentar rapidamente cada um desses provérbios e o contexto em que ocorrem. Um deles é o dinheiro não dá felicidade. Apresenta-se aqui a saída etiquetada da string e o texto por baixo é o texto correspondente. Um outro provérbio é na ocasião se faz o ladrão, cada qual com o seu igual, a carne é fraca, quem tem boca vai a Roma, o primeiro milho é dos pardais e, por último, cada coisa a seu tempo. Já o Unitex é um sistema baseado em léxicos e gramáticas locais para o processamento de corpora textuais. Com este sistema geramos grafos semi-automaticamente usando os lemas das palavras-chave dos provérbios e admitindo algumas inserções entre essas palavras-chave, nomeadamente alguns sinais de pontuação, também permitindo outras palavras entre essas palavras-chave. E estas palavras-chave irão-nos então permitir, não só, julgamos nós, não só encontrar os provérbios, mas também as tais variantes criativas de provérbios ou antiprovérbios que apresentem as mesmas palavras-chave que os provérbios. O sistema identificou 26 ocorrências utilizando 2 palavras-chave. Estas palavras-chave foram geradas a partir dos provérbios do mínimo paramiológico, como tinha indicado ainda há pouco. Destas ocorrências, uma é o provérbio cada qual com o seu igual, uma outra é uma variante criativa do provérbio quem espera, desespera, e há ainda 24 falsos positivos, o que acontece porque o número de palavras-chave é muito reduzido, então é natural encontrar-se falsos positivos. Aqui, a expressão já não esperava, desesperava, remete para o provérbio quem espera, desespera, e foi identificada a partir das palavras-chave esperar, desesperar, e os falsos positivos foram capturados a partir das palavras-chave dos provérbios hoje para mim e amanhã por ti, quem pode, pode e quem sabe, sabe. Com 3 palavras-chave, o sistema identificou 4 provérbios, há 2 falsos positivos apenas, agora o número de falsos positivos já é menor, quanto mais palavras-chave utilizamos, menor é o número de falsos positivos. Os falsos positivos foram capturados a partir das palavras-chave dos provérbios não há 2 sem 3 e quem não sabe é como quem não vê. Usando 4 palavras-chave, o sistema identificou o provérbio o primeiro milho é dos pardais e um falso positivo. Peço desculpa. O falso positivo foi identificado a partir das palavras-chave do provérbio o que lá vai, lá vai. E, por último, usando 5 palavras-chave, o sistema identificou um provérbio e identificou também uma variante criativa de provérbio. A variante criativa, somos tão bons entendedores que meia palavra nos tem bastado, foi identificada a partir do provérbio, para bom entendedor, meia palavra basta. Utilizamos também mais palavras-chave, os provérbios do mínimo paramiológico apresentavam até 9 palavras-chave, a partir das 5 não encontramos quaisquer ocorrências utilizando o sistema Unitex. Ainda que os resultados não possam ser diretamente comparáveis, o provérbio o dinheiro não dá felicidade foi capturado pela string e não pelo sistema Unitex, já que a string admite as variantes dos provérbios que estão representadas nas expressões regulares e estas davam conta da variação verbal, enquanto que o Unitex utilizou apenas as palavras-chave dos 318 provérbios do mínimo paramiológico e não utilizou as unidades paramiológicas que estão associadas a estes provérbios. Esta é uma experiência a repetir, utilizando agora as unidades paramiológicas. Concluímos que o número de expressões encontradas no ano da morte de Ricardo Reis é reduzido, mas os provérbios também têm, de um modo geral, uma frequência baixa nos textos, como já podemos confirmar utilizando 3 corporas de grandes dimensões e de géneros diferentes. Num estudo anterior que nós fizemos, utilizamos um corpus do Parlamento, utilizamos um corpus desportivo, dos jornais desportivos portugueses, e utilizamos também o Setem Público, que é um jornal de texto generalista. Comprovamos também que os métodos já desenvolvidos para a identificação automática de provérbios são bastante eficientes, e verificamos ainda que a estratégia de utilizar palavras-chave como ponto de partida para encontrar antiprovérbios resulta, já que foi possível encontrar antiprovérbios com um número diferente de palavras-chave. No futuro, gostaríamos de explorar outras pontes, utilizando mais obras e considerando também diferentes tipos e géneros textuais. Pretendemos também estender o estudo utilizando todo o corpus de provérbio, as 114.000 entradas. Pretendemos também fazer as expressões regulares para as restantes provérbios da base de dados de provérbios. Neste momento só temos as expressões regulares para os 318 provérbios do mínimo paramilógico e todas as variantes que estão associadas a esses provérbios. Pretendemos ainda, no futuro, determinar a listagem de estratégias de formação de antiprovérbios para tentar a sua modelação computacional e também criar um corpus de antiprovérbios que nos servirá, então, de base para identificar este tipo de expressões. Vimos então que as palavras-chave nos permitiram encontrar. Há outros métodos que podemos utilizar, métodos diferentes, e que iremos utilizar no futuro para encontrar estas expressões. De qualquer forma, verificamos que é possível fazê-lo assim como foi feito. E é tudo. Muito obrigada. E vou passar a palavra ao professor Jorge, que não sei onde é que está. Está aqui.
So, for the sake of non-Portuguese speaking attendees, in this study, what we've tried to do, as we have been in the past, only focusing on finding out proverbs in texts. In this study, we tried to go a little bit further and try to find variants, creative variants of proverbs, what Mieder has called anti-proverbs. It's a term that is being used widely. There are several strategies to produce these kind of expressions. People do not always use the same strategy. Here in this presentation, we only focus on one of the possibilities, that is keeping the keywords of the proverb but changing something around. Of course, we were expecting to find things that were not proverbs at all, because when you have two words together, you can have anything in between. But it is possible to find, or it was possible to find some of these variants in the text that we've selected to work with. This is a novel, I think, a romance, I don't know how to say it in English, from José Saramago and the Morte de Ricardo Reis. And this text was selected because it has been mentioned in the literature, not only the proverbs that were there, but also used by the author, but also proverbs that were recast, let us say, by the author in a creative fashion. The proverbs as such that were found in the text were correctly identified by a system called String, that it's a natural language processing system developed for Portuguese. Of course, it fails to find the creative expressions because that was not its aim. However, when using another system that allows to model the problem of finding these variants by using the keywords, we could find some anti-proverbs, one of them including a lot of keywords, the other one not so many, but it was a proof of concept that it is possible to use at least this strategy to different type of texts. In the near future, we will try to draw a list of strategies that we have found, not only in the literature but also in other texts, strategies to produce anti-proverbs. And we'll try to devise methods to automatically capture candidates to anti-proverbs, because this is a very interesting linguistic phenomenon that is very useful for the correct interpretation of texts. So basically that is what we present. I hope that we were clear, and we are ready for your questions or comments or remarks or suggestions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I do have one. No? Shall I break the ice then? Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I have indexed a lot of proverbs in the past, and sometimes the key word changes. For instance, if you have, you can have a dialect word instead of standard English. So riding on a horse is better than walking or riding on a donkey, so your key word would change. So I was just wondering how you would cope with that.
In string, we have some regular expressions that that recognize all the variants that we know from those proverbs from the permeological minimum. The 318 expressions have about, I don't know how many variants. Do you remember, Professor Jorge?
17,000.
17,000, exactly. It's because we know those variants, but the main goal of this was trying to get something that we don't know. And we're still working on that, because the things that we know, we can find it. The other things, it's a bit more difficult yet.
Parabéns pela comunicação. Utilizaram 3 termos: antiprovérbio, falsos positivos e variantes criativos. O antiprovérbio é provérbio ou não é provérbio?
Eu fui muito cautelosa em relação a esse slide, porque a indicação que eu ali pus foi que vem de Mieder, 1982, é utilizado por vários autores. Nós aqui entendemos-los como, e queremos chamá-los de variantes criativas de provérbios. Não assumimos uma posição de não ser ou de ser antiprovérbios, tratamos-las como variantes criativas e, tal como eu indiquei no início, também conhecidas na literatura como antiprovérbios. Em relação aos falsos positivos, entendemos como falsos positivos tudo aquilo que é apanhado pelo sistema e que não é efetivamente um provérbio. As palavras-chave permitiram encontrar uma série de expressões que não são nem provérbios, nem antiprovérbios, nem qualquer outra coisa. É só uma sequência normal de palavras que foi capturada pelo sistema. E a terceira que me perguntou foi isso. Obrigada.
Isabella?
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. Obviously, we cannot comment on very much because of the language of your presentation, which we're not very adept at. But yesterday we found an interesting proverb, which is related to the proverb we've been studying, and we found that demais, which is, it seems like a political slogan, and obviously one of the strategies is going to be searching for patterns, because you have been working with these, on these algorithms. So you have, is it one of the strategies you're going to study? Using perhaps the structure of an expression or a proverb.
Okay. I hope I understand the question. What we need to start with is a very good inventarium, or catalog of strategies speakers use to reuse proverbs in a slightly different way and adapt it to new circumstances and new ways. This is the linguistic procedure that is probably at the source of proverb variation. So it's nothing new on proverbs as proverbs go. The only thing is that this is intended, these expressions can only be interpreted because we knew a canonical form of the proverb beforehand. So there's a matter of adjustment here on the interpretation of texts. There are many strategies. In the abstract, we identified several, not all, in the abstract for this conference, for this paper. We have been listing several others. Each one calls for a different strategy of identifying automatically. What is important is that we capture them when they appear in the text, because we cannot have them as ordinary sentences. There's a statute for these expressions that is not the same. So perhaps addressing the question of our colleague there, they are not proverbs, okay, but they cannot be interpreted without a proverb, okay? So for example, the patterns of repeated words may be promising, not always, of course. So we are aiming at we're expecting a lot of errors, okay? But as long as one of the possibilities of interpretation is there are strategies. One, it is fine. There are strategies to calculate how similar those expressions are to the, let us say, canonical form. And this can be calculated automatically. There is also the way of changing the words systematically, but in a principled way. Okay, so for example, changing the example that our colleague from the previous intervention said, we have a donkey or a horse. We can change by classes of nouns, for example, that belongs to the same. And so there are different strategies that have to be devised almost case by case. This cannot be done for the full collection of proverbs that we have, because we have over 100,000 proverbs, so it's unfeasible. But we can focus on the most frequent ones, and those are the most likely to also appear in text being deformed in the positive way of the word, okay, not a negative way. And so we are in the process of making the list. Also, it is necessary for us to collect as many anti-proverbs attested in the literature there are, so that we can explore and produce, explore those expressions and produce a corpus of anti-proverbs. With that strong database, we will be able perhaps to improve a little bit that part of the field. That's our expectations. I don't know if I answered the question. There's a gentleman on the end.
I'm sorry, I'm really interested in this.
Thank you very much for your very fascinating talk. The last thing you said, I think, is of extreme importance. Let's just say you find a number of what we might term anti-proverbs. The next big question, and I appreciate so much by you using the word frequency, what we want to, of course, really find out is what new proverbs, true proverbs, have been created by way of anti-proverbs. And that is where I think your research is so extremely important, because it is so difficult to discover what really are our modern proverbs. And with your technology, you can, by frequency studies, establish, let's just say, a new dictionary of modern Portuguese proverbs. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you should answer, but that is what the minimum, phenomenological minimum of Portuguese that Sonia has built intends to. And this has been applied to corpora large corporate, journalistic corporates, football, the proceedings of the National Assembly or Parliament, and we find them everywhere. So they're really in use, they're very much alive, and they cannot be interpreted without them. This text cannot be interpreted without that information. So the issue is that they are not dead. They are so much alive that people change them to appropriate them and to recast them to their new uses. How do we find this? This is the challenge, basically.
So, may I?
I don't know.
Congratulations. We are, I suppose, delighted with the third presentation of this morning. And I was very interested how was born this idea of association, because you are from very different university fields. And so for me it was a bit astonishing to see and to hear your so beautiful and rich presentations. Second, have you met or worked with Philippe Pires? Philippe Pires, I don't know if it is here with us, but it's a traditional new researcher about José Saramago. Our association published 2 years ago a book related with this analysis of the Proverbs in the work of Saramago. And I think that it would be very, very nice to establish for a project, an association with Philippe Pires, because we come from different fields, and it would be, I suppose, very rich, your work and your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We know the work from Pires. We see his work here every year. So it will be very interesting to do some work and working with other books from José Saramago and other books for different genres as well, not only from the literature but other kinds of texts. About the first question that you did, a few years ago I had finished my master, and then I did a PhD in the University of Algarve with Professor Jorge, who was my supervisor, and he already did a similar work to the Brazilian Portuguese variant with Amanda Hassi. And it was a very interesting work, and then I started working with Professor Jorge. I finished my PhD, and Professor Jorge works with Nuno Mamed from Unesco de Lisboa and for a few years. That's the reason we all work together.
And the last short notice. This is very nice that you have very huge material, and it is, as Sasha asked, what is daily use? They are in newspapers and all kind of things. So, but also, if we don't do that, what you do, you are taking also possible proverbs there. Actually, in 100 years, we don't know if they were in use or not. We just think that something was. So. Future proverbs are a big challenge. They are the so-called, Peter Chupek called them possible proverbs, if I remember right. So this is a collection where you can get them, and in newspapers, in SMS messages, which we use in newspapers also in Finland. So there was a huge number of something that came frequently, and the frequency what you took up, it is very important, but the parameological minimum, it is a challenge. In small languages like Finnish or Estonian and Icelandic, these we have a different minimum. But thank you. The possible future proverbs, that's the point. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would really like to make a quick question, if that's okay. I know it's break time. May I? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I've been doing some... someone has their hands up. I'm sorry, I don't know if I...
It is not the chair whose questions, and then it is the time.
It is the time. It's the button. I don't know.
Okay, we can just leave it here and I can email them my question or whatever.
Very well. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you, Luis, for sharing this session. And just I call all the presenters of this block to come here to receive the diploma. And Luis, we have here one diploma for you, okay? So it will follow after. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Lisa will give you this in Finland.
All right. That's convenient.
Okay. Some considerations for next block. We have one workshop conducted by Professor Richard Harris, and we are waiting for some students coming from Faro and from Tavira. But of course, if you want to attend this, please feel free to attend this workshop by the Richard Harris. Thank you. We have the break now.
Bye.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas, e no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de moluscos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
touch the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can't help staring at you.
roads, I don't know where we go. I feel like a strange love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. Will you give me something that I can't give you here? Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating.
Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher, and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up, and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about my heart is burning, my darling, and I can't rest till I got you. My body's burning, my darling, please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente da vida, vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Feira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro Colina Genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Parreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica.
Hello. Please, let's begin our workshop with Professor Richard Harris. Excuse this delay. We are waiting for some students from Tavira, but sometimes it's not easy to bring school for these kind of things. We are trying just to make this useful for them, but sometimes it's not yet understood. So we have these new pupils here, and just they are collaborating with Professor Richard Harris. So thank you so much. You can begin, please.
Will hear me? Yes, we can hear me. I can hear me too. This is a good sign. Okay. Well, so it's an honor to be here, and I took about 20 years to get here, and only this year did I feel ready to talk with my distinguished friends in folklore and in Proverbs studies, and so this is a very happy moment. And I wanted to commemorate it with a couple of gifts for people who have been such a great help to me. First of all, I have here a gold proverb weight from Africa, from West Africa, from Ghana, and it's used by the Ashanti people to measure out the gold that they use when they make their beautiful decorations and jewelry, that sort of thing, and. This proverb, it's called a proverb weight because they cast their proverb weights in a way that you have different figures, people or animals, in particular positions which remind the Ashanti people of a particular proverb. So this one is a leopard, and this is a leopard mama, and here's the leopard baby. And as you'll see, maybe the leopard, she has her front paws on the leopard baby. She's not going to eat him, but she controls him. And the idea is the mother has control over the child. And Professor Meder, I wanted to give this to you as a token of my appreciation for all the good things you have done for me, if you would come forward. I discovered last night that Professor Meder didn't have any of these, and I thought he must have one for his collection. So there you are. And thank you so much for your help over the years. You're very kind. I couldn't be here. I would not be here if you had not written to me.
I should. Thank you, Richard. Richard and I have known each other for at least, 35 years?
Something like that. All our lives.
Richard and I have known each other at least for 35 years, if not longer. But he lives up there someplace in Canada, and I live someplace in Vermont, but we never met. So we owe thanks to Rui, actually, and Marinella, because they brought us together finally at this meeting. And I many years ago, in one of my studies, I referred and had a picture of these gold weights. And by chance, we started talking about gold weights last night. So Richard, this is a great moment in my life.
It's in the best hands, and this is a great moment for me, too.
You.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And next, so next, Professor Suarez, I have inside this sock where I've been carefully preserving it on the trip because I came a long ways, and so it wouldn't be scratched. I think it must be the tiniest collection of Proverbs imaginable, and I've been. It's by Leonardo da Vinci, and so whenever you want a good proverb by him, you just open up the book, and there it is. Well, thank you so much for letting me come and talk, and you're very kind person. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So here we are then. So you probably haven't bumped into my name in your reading for some time because I've done different things from what you have done. So today we get acquainted. And long ago, before some of you were born, back in 1971 or so, I did approach folklore and but not Proverbs a little bit in an article about affinities between Grettir, the great outlaw hero of the sagas, and Grendel, the monster in Beowulf. And we find that, of course, linguistically the names are at least closely related, having to do with grenia and the verbs meaning to show the teeth or to snarl. And so I wrote this article and published it in Scripta Islandica, and nobody noticed it for 10 years, 15 years, and deservedly so. That's how most scholarship is. You write it, publish it, nobody notices it. And nothing good happened to me during that time until I was attacked by my old friend Anatoly Lieberman, who is a professor at the University of Minnesota, who thinks very well of himself. And he wrote a long article about how wrong I was. Very long. And then an Icelander copied him. His name is so obscure, I can't remember the name of the Icelander, I'm sorry. And he was rather impolite in his article. These two people did astonishing things for my career. After that, I was quite famous as the man who had written further about affinities between the monster and the hero. So I always think of Anatoly Lieberman as my savior saint. And I pray to him often, and I've even challenged him on Facebook. I said, you really must review my book coming out from Cornell and do a terrible job of it so that I'll be extremely famous. So we'll watch for that and see whether Anatoly rises to the bait, and we'll... Oh, I thought that was for me to sit in. I asked for a high chair, but they didn't have a high chair. There. So that gives you an idea of where I came from, where I was starting. Back in 1998, I came across one night, at a seminar meeting, I came across the idea that there were proverbs in one of the Icelandic sagas, Njál's saga, which were used for thematic structuring of the work. And that I began writing about that. That was 95, I think Professor Mieder published that around 2000, 2001 for me very kindly, and that was the beginning of what I'm doing now, why I'm here now. My book, Wisdom of the North, coming out from Cornell in volume 64 of the Islandica series from the 5th collection, will be, I hope, it is very readable, and it's coming out imminently. You can find it at my page on Academia Edu and other places if you look around. And I hope you enjoy it. I wrote the book so that people would enjoy reading about the sagas and what they mean. And I love them very much, and I tried to communicate that love for Icelandic literature in the book. I did everything I could. So today's workshop, then, I think it's necessary because of the diverse quality of the audience for me to introduce you to the subject itself, how it emerges. These Icelandic sagas, there are about 40 of them from the 13th century. I think it must be one of the largest bodies of homogeneous literature from any medieval culture that I know of. And I've spent many years looking at them and thinking about them and trying to understand them. So sometime between 870 and 930 then, from southwest Norway, a bunch of farmers who didn't like kings began leaving Norway in order to find a place where there were no kings. If you've read Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, at one point somebody says, wouldn't it be nice if they had a place where there weren't no kings, he says. And so that's what they were looking for, and they never had a king of Iceland except for 30 days one time, but they got rid of him. So then where are we? Okay, so they left Norway and went off in their boats, like Vikings. They weren't quite Vikings, but they went off like that and sailed around the North Atlantic. I call it the Viking diaspora because for about 60, maybe 80 years or so, these people uprooted from their ancient ancestral homesteads in the southwest of Norway, went traveling around in the North Atlantic, landing in places like Orkney, Shetland, parts of Scotland, northern Britain, and of course Ireland. And then the word got around that there was free land in Iceland, which actually wasn't all that icy back then. And so there was nobody there but some Celtic monks, and they're not very obstreperous. Celtic monks, they're quiet. So the Vikings went and settled there, and brought with them their culture. And if you could have seen recorded their behavior out on the North Atlantic, you might not have thought they had much culture. They were rather they could become rather brutal sometimes. But they settled and in Iceland for between 870 and 930. By 930, they were ready to have a parliament to resolve conflicts, and then of course. The process of settlement continued. The more and more people came. It went on for another century or so, actually. The taking of the land continued for a long time. So there they were, far from home. In fact, the prepositions which they used, which had to do with travel, worked like this. If you were going from Iceland to Norway, the idea was you were going home. Whereas if you went the other way, you were going out, and so to go abroad was to go to, even if you're an Icelander, to go from Norway to Iceland was to go abroad, just to give you an idea of how attached they remained in some ways culturally to their homeland. So there they were, established in Iceland, and some of them came or felt that they came from very fine families, and they brought with them their culture, the culture that is, which oral culture, their stories, their poems, the word games. They played word games, we think, with one another. They had the Proverbs and they had riddles, and they brought all that with them in their heads because they weren't very good at writing. They remembered everything instead. In fact, we're dealing with an oral culture, pre-literate culture, and we have these Vikings, these Norwegians moving from their farms in the southwest of Norway. They brought it all in their heads. As a colonial culture, and as probably some of you know, colonial cultures tend to be rather conservative, don't they? You would think they would start anew and do new and exciting things, but instead they tend to hang on to their culture. They get a bit homesick. And so we remember settlement culture in Iceland, a conservative culture. They keep all the stories. So they had in them, among all those individuals, the men and the women who also seem to have told stories, they had in them all the stories that had ever been told, that people remembered, about the past of their culture in Norway, about what their families were like, about what their individuals were like. All of this they brought with them. All of the what they thought of as knowledge, the wisdom that we find in their fixed text, Proverbs, we see all of that coming with them to Iceland, and there it is. They sit down, and some of them come from extremely wealthy farms, great farms. They lament in their sagas having had to leave Norway sometimes. They say how terrible that we had to come to this place of fish. So it was not altogether happy in some ways. And then there seems to have been a growing conflict among the second generation of the settlers began experiencing conflicts between them over matters of land and property. Perhaps there was less food around. The weather got worse or something. They were hungry sometimes, and they began to scrap about their real estate. And they had never had good realtors nor real estate lawyers, so they couldn't keep track of whose property was whose. All sorts of fights. The Icelandic sagas written in the 13th century then are comprised of the stories of settlement, the coming to Iceland, but also of what happened among those first generations, the first 2 or 3 generations post-settlement. And that's the stories of the conflicts that arise in those processes and in that new state. Those are the subjects of the sagas. Most of the stories have to do with legal matters, which of conflict, which become lethal after a while. And if you think of this memory of all the stories and all the culture and everything that people had, that which survived, we call that immanent saga. It is there. We see parts of it brought to the surface. We can find stories. We can find the same stories in different sagas, the same sort, but they're told from different points of view. And we say, there's different individuals telling the stories which are eventually written down, or which the composer of the saga has written down in different ways in order to present their own particular agenda as regards what life is about. Immanent saga. So we keep that in mind as we proceed, and we think about how I always like to tell my boys and girls in classes, I draw a big bag on the board, and I say, there inside the bag we have immanent saga. Those are all the stories and all the poems and all the sayings and everything that all the Icelanders remembered about all the other Icelanders and told sometimes. They were all there. So much of it lost. And yet the idea of the theory of immanent saga, that so much is lost, and there is so much that we can discover about that pre-literate condition of the narrative by looking at what is written down. So sometime in the 90s, a couple of people, Gisli Sigurdsson, who very sadly was not able to attend the conference, I would love to have had him sitting here squirming at my thoughts, and Tommy Danielsson, a Swedish scholar. Both of these people were writing about what constituted immanent saga, and their arguments, their research had to do with looking over larger portions of a saga, say several paragraphs, a story or something, and how those stories were presented differently in different written sagas, and what the original story must have been like on the basis of these different versions of the tale. Yes, so that's what they did. In the end, I think Gisli would agree if he were here that in the end, while this was very interesting, ultimately it may not have been that productive. And so my idea was to take a microstructural approach to immanent saga. What was the saga like? I said to myself, what was it like in terms of the phraseology, the way in which the stories were told? We look at the phraseology, the ways, the patterns in the sagas, in the sentences, phraseology, the proverbs, the ways in which they're presented, the ways in which they're used. We look at that. And we have then small patches of immanent saga making itself apparent, and that's microstructural studies. The idea of microstructural studies of the saga has been around a long time. Back in the 1930s, someone was pushing for it before anybody understood what he was talking about, I think. And so it was around, but at this point it became operative, productively operative, I think, in the work that I have done. So as I approached the sagas, working on the insertion, the interpolation of proverbial material, I did so with the idea partly of trying to figure out what lay in the background, the preliterate background of the great story of the settlement of Iceland and the conduct of its settlers over the first generations. Not looking for patches of story, but looking rather for patches of telling, just a few words at a time. And so that is what that's what motivated my concordance to the proverbs and proverbial materials in the Icelandic sagas, which is more or less accessible on the net at the moment and will be again. My university has moved it to a new server. I don't understand the server, and we're still struggling to get me to understand enough so that I can make the whole thing clear to people again. It's sort of, you give it a try. I think we have a URL for you around somewhere, and you can certainly access it through academia.edu, my page there. And so you can see what I have done in terms of collection. The collection of the Proverbs took many years, and I had a cabin in the far north of Saskatchewan where I would go with my books, and TPMA, the Thesaurus Proverbiorum Medii. I would take all these books along, and I would sit there in my log cabin in the far north, where, as I used to say, I faced death many times from alcohol poisoning, but I also... Nobody laughed. Death many times from alcohol poisoning, ha ha. And then I continued working, and we ended up with that vast and extremely boring collection of proverbs, which you can use to discover what proverbs are in which sagas, and so there we are. Well, all right, so that's what I'm doing here today then, and the book itself was a study of the different ways in which proverb texts were employed, certainly by the composers of the sagas and presumably by the early tellers of the stories, and that's what I did. Now we've thought about me and the background, and now I would like to have a look at the beginning of our workshop, which says, what do you know exercises. Do you have what do you know exercises there? And maybe you've been trying to fill in. No, you haven't filled in your exercises. Tomas, where are they? Where? Oh, where? Oh. Time for a drink here. Okay, so then I normally let people... There we are. Oh, good. Okay, so I normally let people sit around and think for a while about the proverbs and proverbial phrases that you can think of. How many can you remember? Professor Meader will write 2,000 proverbs. And when I did this at Cornell a few years ago, Tom Hill, who was a proverb specialist there, he had about 30 proverbs. Most people in English-speaking culture, at least, I think they know about 8. Isn't it an average of 8 or something like that, proverbs that they're able to recall? They go into their brains, and they go into what they think is their bag of proverbs, and they pull out about 8, not usually many more. And yet we all know there are many more. And yet we can recall about 8. We're scribbling away with I hope we're scribbling. Where did those little boys and girls go? I was going to talk to boys and girls. Do you think they'll come, Rui? The boys and girls will come. Are those boys and girls there? Oh, they're quite big. They're very, very big. Well, anyway, they're very welcome. So I am just taking up a few minutes here to let you think about the proverbs you know. And then we'll move on.
These are your boys and girls.
Can I call them that?
Yes.
That's all right. Yeah, in Canada, I can't call you boys and girls anymore. I could call you students. Otherwise, I get in big trouble. Big, as I have found. Yes.
These are their names.
Oh, good. Thank you. So Adriana and Beatrice and Adriana and David. 2 Davids. David and David. There are 2. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. How are you doing with your proverbs? Have you thought up some nice Portuguese proverbs to write down there?
Where are you from?
Where's Professor Suarez here? We have a problem. There's no problem. Okay. Well, okay. And Emily, is that Emily? Oh, what a nice name. We have that name too. Emily. Okay. Did you have any proverbs? No. Oh dear. But I'm sure. These boys and girls, do they not know any proverbs? What do you think?
No proverbs. No proverbs. No proverbs.
Oh. Now that's very sad. Rui, what are you going to do about that? It's very sad. They don't know any proverbs. Yeah, they're shy, of course. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah.
But you know proverbs.
It's all just for fun. I mean, you know, I'm not fun, but this is fun. Oh, we have a proverb back there. Mm-hmm.
Don't study and stay with Proverbs all the time and all the life. Suddenly find out, you have to be quite used to read and see them, so that when you say, tell me proverb, no.
No, my mama used to teach me in Proverbs. She would say, a stitch in time saves 9. Do you have that in Portuguese? Yeah, you have that? Yeah, that's good, yeah. She would say that. Well, I never learned very much from my mother in Proverbs. It didn't do much good, but she tried. You know, parents very often try to teach their children using Proverbs. What are we thinking over here? Yeah? Are you beginning to remember Proverbs? Did your mama say a stitch in time saves 9?
Understand what Professor Harris said?
Mm-hmm.
He was asking whether you're starting to think about Proverbs and you're starting to remember Proverbs. No? Stupid me. Yes, perceberam o que o professor está a dizer. O professor estava a perguntar se vocês estavam a começar a pensar sobre provérbios. Ok, não pensaram nada.
What did you say?
Sabes, então, mas diz-me o provérbio e eu traduzo. Well, there are evils who come for good. For example, a proverb. There are evils who come for good. She thought about a proverb.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
what did you say? I couldn't understand.
There are evils who come for good.
Oh, well, that's a good one. Yeah, St. Paul. That's very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we've established that nobody knows anything. We'll move on. but I'm sure that they are there somewhere inside, and right now, young people especially are having difficulty accessing what it is that comes from inside, where I think professors everywhere are seeing that with students. It's it's a difficult time for us. And someday, if we all recover from what COVID did to our brains and the lockdown did to us, then I think we'll see happier times again. I certainly hope so. And we have many such problems in Canada, many, yes. Well, so we've established that we can't remember any proverbs, so we are. It's the end of the workshop. Goodbye. I'm going away. No. So in normal times, then people are able to recall. I think I'm correct about that. I can't remember the latest articles, but it's not. It's not an impressive collection among English speakers. However, in other parts of the world, for instance, in the Slavic world, you go to Russia, Ukraine, and places like that, there they have still what I think of as an oral culture. They do an awful lot of talking. In Canada, nobody says nothing. You know, they're very doer, and they don't talk very much. They're a little bit boring. And so if you go to Russia, you'll discover that in their speech and their communication, all the time they're using phrases which can have literary allusion or proverbial allusion. It's a very different situation. We adopted 2 girls from Russia in 1998. And I was astonished during the first years while they still spoke Russian, when we'd take them on trips. These 2 little girls would sit in the back of the car, telling stories to each other, singing songs, and playing word games, just like the Vikings probably played word games. Interesting. I was fascinated by that. I was not terribly fascinated by the people we adopted, but I was very interested in their language and the way in which they used their language, which is so different from our culture. So I think of Russia as being a word culture, and there are others where there were many. They would know many proverbs and would pull them all out of their bag. Now let's having established that we labored for 15 minutes and took away nothing, let's have a look at the next part, Proverbs and situations. This is different. So now then, are we able to understand my English? Is my English good enough to understand? Yes? No? Say no. No. Sorry. Oh, they would like to share.
Yeah,
well, please do so. Yes. Okay, why don't we start with you, yeah?
Okay.
And make sure they learn, they must learn. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Also, my native language is not English. Still, I will try to give. Okay, always load to room. First one. Second, east or west, home is best. Third, if all are good wives, then where the witches came from, I don't know, maybe I have the mistake in this, structure of this
It's never a mistake. Not if you say it, it's not a mistake.
Yeah, I've heard them, and this is very interesting proverb about wives, and that's why I give this one. Little pitchers, big ears, or have big ears, something. First think, then speak. Think twice, cut once. Many are called, few are chosen. Haste makes waste. Then strike the iron when it's hot. Slow and steady wins the race. 10 altogether.
That's good. Now, what culture do you come from?
From Uzbek, Central Asia, Uzbekistan.
Oh, really? So, what language do you speak? Uzbek?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah. Is it Slavic or is it a?
No, it's Turkish. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
From Altai,
sorry, I didn't know.
From Altai family, Turkish group. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. Next.
I didn't have the paper with me.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. You were neglected. Okay, yeah. Why don't you tell us some proverbs you remember? Yeah, well, I'll not understand anyway. So go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can remember more than 8, but just okay. Cá se faz, cá se paga. A vaca da vizinha é mais gorda do que a minha. De Espanha, nem bom vento, nem bom casamento. I'm just drawing down from my memory, okay? Well, for the time I'm blocked.
Well, that's very nice. Now, did you say you had more than 8 proverbs that you could? Yeah. Oh, good. And do you teach this sort of thing, or are you? Do you teach that sort of thing, or are you?
I use proverbs in my teaching.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, that's why then. Yeah. But ordinary people who are not conscious of it, they have so little, and these people,
I use proverbs when I teach also.
Yes. Oh, yes, they're very useful. Right. Exactly. So. Yeah. I do have Tomas. There's a story I would like to tell them, but not during the show. After the show is over, if they can stay a few minutes, I'd like you to help me tell them a story from the mountains of North Carolina, where my family comes from, and they need to hear this story. It might help them with the malaise. And,
yes. Okay, so não sei se ouviram o que o professor disse. Depois da sessão acabar, vocês vão ficar um bocadinho mais para ouvirem uma história que ele vai contar que ele acha que vos pode ser útil.
Afterwards, we'll do that. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So, let's see. Let's try 1 or 2 more people and then move on.
Yeah. Okay.
I remember some in English.
Good.
Good things come to those who wait.
Oh,
the more the merrier.
Sometimes bad things.
Yeah. The grass is greener on the other side, and the more the merrier.
Yes. That's,
and in Portuguese...
Radins, yeah.
No, Sonia has the Portuguese one.
Yes, I have 8 in Portuguese, and Ana Maria has 8 as well, so we're sharing in Portuguese. 2 in English. All mine are in Portuguese. Quem tudo quer, tudo perde. Quem tem boca vai a Roma, nem tudo o que vem à rede é peixe, tempo é dinheiro, mais vale tarde que nunca, Faz o que eu digo e não faças o que eu faço. Deitar cedo e se erguer dá saúde e faz crescer. E quem não tem dinheiro não tem vícios. Eu aposto que vocês conhecem todos estes. Disseram que não conheciam Provérbios, mas aposto que conhecem todinhos. Vou passar à Ana Maria.
Yes, sorry. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
I've got the first one. Querer é poder. It means in English, where there's a will, there's a way. Quem quer vai, quem não quer manda. Para baixo todos os santos ajudam. De um ao outro vá o diabo e escolha. A experiência é a mãe de todas as coisas. Mais vale tarde do que nunca. Quem não se sente não é filho de boa gente. Prevention is better than cure.
Now that goes back a long ways. That's from Latin at least. Well, good, thank you so much. We've done this. Okay, so you can. There's been some diversity of response. I don't think, except in the case of someone like Professor Meter, I doubt if. And I'd like to see your list after the show. Okay, well, all right. We must move on. I simply wanted to demonstrate a couple of things about Proverbs that people don't understand, that I didn't myself until I began looking at them. As a matter of fact, the easiest way to remember Proverbs is when you find associative situations or experiences. And it's when something is going on and all of a sudden you check two things. What is the world like? How do you behave in the world? Those are the two things that Proverbs help us to think about. So here's an example. I'm very old, but I see a beautiful girl. I say, wow, that's a beautiful girl, I say. And then my mama at some point said, all that glitters is not gold, she says. And I say, oh, well, yes, but still rather beautiful. But still, we don't know what's there, do we? And so that's association. So here I have some associative situations for us. For instance, my significant other. Nowadays, people don't have girlfriends or boyfriends. They only have significant others. It's very impersonal. And so my significant other has gone away. She has left, or he has left me or them. And so what sort of Proverbs do we think of when we think about that? I think about good riddance to bad rubbish is what I think about, but that, of course, others might not think that way. Any responses? Things you're thinking about? How about absence makes the heart grow fonder? Yeah, farther away. Oh, yes. Out of sight, out of mind. There, that's a good one. My significant other has dumped me. Other fish in the sea. Did anybody think of that? Other fish in the sea. That's a very common way of comforting oneself in that situation. So the proverb is used to comment upon the situation with a kind of wisdom that comes from where? From out of the collective cultural memory and all that sort of stuff. That I don't like those terms very much. I think they're too wobbly, but still that's what you have there. All right, and here's one that comes from Iceland. Noble. Oh, I got her mad. They always get mad and leave my talks. I don't know why that is. But anyway, so here's a good one I got from Iceland. So the girl, the significant other is far away, and it goes like this. Distance makes mountains blue and people large. How is that now? People large. Why are they? But they're farther away. But they're larger in my memory. I think about them and they become larger. Distance makes mountains blue and people large. And I learned that 100 years ago in Reykjavik one night. That was a very... Oh, yes. Oh, I thought you wanted to tell me to go away or something. All right, well, let's go on until I throw it out. Let me see. The leader hesitates to launch an attack. And what do we say? We say, he who hesitates is lost. But then we think again, we say, look before you leap. So, either wisdom-styled response, either will do. I do nothing but work really, really hard, which seems like a good idea. And we could think about early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But when I was a boy in Iceland studying at Háskóli Íslands, I knew a girl, Lisa Salmi, from Finland, whose father was a doctor and a war hero from the Second World War. She came from a very distinguished and privileged family. And so one night we were studying for a test, and I said, early to bed, early to rise, and so forth. And she said, Richard, early to rise, early to bed makes a man healthy, wealthy, and dead. This could only have come from the privileged class. I was very impressed with that one. And I remember one time, in my family, Protestant Worth Catholic was all there was, and I remember saying that to my younger brother, and he was just shocked. He looked at me and said, I'd never thought of that before. He couldn't believe it. He may still be shocked. It was a traumatic moment for him. So bad to do nothing but work, a good idea, but it can be a bad idea. It can lead to boringness, yes. All work, no play makes Jack a dull boy. So we have over and over these interpretations. They can go either way. Now let's think a minute. Is this all wisdom? People think Proverbs in the Bible, wisdom. The composer of Proverbs, as we have it, suggests that it's wisdom that is of a salvific nature. If we follow these directions, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, it says within the first. And is that really what it's about? Is it about what is going on? Actually, these Proverbs, these fragmentary texts that we have, are bits of advice that part of us gives to the rest of us. And they can move in various directions. And as I always say, there is no particular truth. It's just a matter of finding one truth or another. And if you liked your significant other, then we have Proverbs for that. And if you didn't, we have Proverbs for that. It doesn't matter. Either way, it doesn't matter very much. So if I put wings and fins on my old Chevy, it will be a sports car. Making a silk purse out of a sow's ear was the one that occurred to me there. If I'm open and forthright and honest with people, my plans will flourish. Honesty is the best policy. This is blatantly untrue, but it appeals to people, and so there you are. It depends on whom you're dealing with. You can be honest and forthright with dreadful people, and horrible things will happen to you then. Let me see here. Oh, I know. Proverbs and their kernels. Now, what is it? Is it part of the memory, the way we remember our Proverbs associatively inside us? It has to do with verbal associations. And so, if I say lambs, and then I say, can you think of a Ravensart? Can you think of a proverbial phrase that has lambs in it? And you would think about, would you think about lambs to the slaughter? You would? I'd think about lambs to the slaughter. I like to think about roasted lamb myself, barbecued lamb. I like that very much, but there isn't any around. Now, how about a frog? A frog. Any good? Any proverbial phrases for frogs? Big frog, little pond, that sort of thing, eh? Yeah. I'm deaf as a post, I should tell you. I can't hear a thing anybody says. I like it that way. How are we doing then? We're cool.
Does anyone want to intervene?
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And then there are two. For the second task, I have several variants. And third one also, just a few. Okay, for each situation, my significant other has gone away. I wrote my own just advice, value what you have. And second, my significant other dumped me. Don't cry over the spilled milk.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. My significant other dumped for me someone else. A bird of feather fly together.
What was
Bird
it?
of feather fly together.
Oh yeah.
He's
oh,
a bad,
yes,
that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
he can go someone with a bad climb. Yeah, or loyalty is the best friend. And the next fourth, the leader hesitates to launch an attack. Good idea. Strike the iron when it's hot. Bad idea. Patience is a virtue. And fifth, I do nothing but work really hard. Good idea. The fruit of hard working is so sweet. And bad idea leads to boringness. Like rest is the best friend for working.
Thank you.
Then six, what a pretty girl or handsome boy, should I marry her or him? Appearances are deceiving. And seven, if I put wings and fins on my old Chewy, it will be a sports car. You cannot teach old tricks to an old dog. New tricks to an old dog. Yeah, like that. I mean, even you just decorate this car, it's still old car. You cannot drive it well. It cannot work well, like that. 9, if I'm open and forthright and honest with the people, my plans will flourish. Honesty is the best policy. And 10, the last one, my mama told me to slow down and get things right. Slow and steady wins the race.
Now, does this come out of your knowledge of Uzbek language, or from, or are we basing it on
You want
English?
to have example from my own language, yeah?
That would be fun. I wouldn't understand it, but I thought maybe you translated those.
Yeah,
from,
for example, for the third task, for the word snake, I cannot remember the proverb, including the component snake, but in Uzbek we have such kind of proverb. Yaxshi gap ilonni inidan chiqarar. It's in Uzbek. In English, a polite word makes a snake out of his house. So it means if you're so polite, you can, persuade others doing your task, even.
Yes,
like
yeah.
that.
Thank you. I hope we may talk later about these proverbs.
okay.
Do they come out of Arabic culture? Some of your proverbs.
It looks
through
like
the Quran or
big Quran, yeah,
yeah,
but most of them are real original Turkish.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's why if we have someone from Turkey, he or she can understand me so well because we have the same. And is there anyone? Yeah, we have the same proverbs, and our proverbs looks like Afghan. Yeah, refugees proverbs like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
hope we talk more about that. And also, I'm very interested if there are any people around who do Arabic proverbs. I have been hunting for a long time. I guess this would be the one place in the world where I might find someone who does Arabic proverbs. And there's some very important questions to me that I would like to ask about those, but not while we play together. We'll do that later at some point. Okay, so let's see. We've done the frog and the small pound and how about a snake? What's a good proverbial phrase with snake? Yes.
Well, like a snake in the grass. To be
Yeah,
like
a snake in the grass. Yeah, was that yours also? Yeah. Yeah.
Just I want to share one proverbs that we basically our community in India used to compare with the snake, that is Jibobo Baya, Jibobo Tia, Lautibo Baya, means win-win positions. Neither the snake dies, nor the stick breaks. These things. Then another one is, by seeing the breakfast table in the morning, I remind one proverbs. That is, in our case, Ma Zalu Imbu Kuga. Imbu means frog. Means today the frog does not have any problem because there are a lot of items in the table. So that is what I have remembered this by seeing the breakfast table in the morning. Basically, in our case, we don't have so many items. Then one more regarding the bull. Means in our words, Muswa ul saya nduya, mansi ul saya deigange. Means lazy bull often sleep, then the lazy people often become thirsty. So he does not wanted to work, then becoming thirsty, he used to get up from the work and like that. So these three things I remember. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Well, snakes. We've done snakes. The bull. Oh, Professor Meter and I were talking about the bull in the china shop and the elephant in German. The elephant in the china shop, which is interesting. We've done. I think we've done the wolf in the sheep's clothing. Well, it goes on, doesn't it? For each word or phrase, provide the first proverb you can think of that makes use of it, and of course the old sow's ear. Well, let's think about it this way. When we're recalling, let's think of a proverb this way for a minute, okay? It's like a sentence. It's a piece of language. It can be analyzed as a piece of language. We have linguists who do this. Noam Chomsky, who was in some ways a pain in the neck, was very good when he studied linguistics, and so he restated the structuralist approach to linguistics, but in a way that uses the generative transformational process, and I'll get to that pretty soon. So when we, if we think of a proverb, it's nothing magical. It's just a bunch of words together in a string, a sentence, and we say to ourselves, how do we remember it? One of the ways is with the lexical items. So we have a kernel, identified, I think, by Neil Norick or somebody, I don't care who today, but someone said, well, there's a word that has such significance that when you hear the word, you remember the proverb or the proverbial phrase. That's one way to do it. Harris says there's something more. There's not just the lexical item, but this syntactic kernel. And that, so in Icelandic, for ages and ages, there's been the proverb, it's bad to have a slave for a best friend, servant, bad, and you think about it, they're not going to be on your side, are they? They're your slaves, and so they can't make best friends. In one of the later sagas, and this proverb needs a bit of studying, there's a reuse of the syntactic structure. It's bad to have Odin for a best friend from Urvar Odd saga. We find it there. So instead of a slave, they have substituted Odin. So when I see the proverb, bad to have Odin for a best friend, what I think about immediately is the other use of that syntactic structure. And that is the one bad to have the slave for a best friend. And then, of course, what does the composer of our Odd's saga having the character mean when he says it's bad to have Odin for a best friend? What does he mean? And on several times in my soon-to-be famous book, if Anatoly Lieberman once he gets around to trashing it, which I look forward to, we're going to find a chapter or two about this, how in a saga we can find this similar structure, a syntactic structure, not a lexical item, but rather a grammatical item having to do with the generation, the transformation of a string of words to where it comes to the surface. So I think you'll find that interesting. By the way, I should at some point today mention, although this may not matter to some of you, it does to me very, very much. I was preceded by in the study of Proverbs in Icelandic literature, a very fine scholar, a person whom I met, who was very kind, who I admired so much, Herman Paulsson. And he wrote a great deal about Proverbs in the saga. Sometimes he became a little enthusiastic, and Icelanders are not notably enthusiastic, and so he in some ways, I think they did not engage his work, which was unfortunate. some of the flights of enthusiasm he corrected in his last years. He wrote a couple of books just before he died, and those are very good books. Himself, I was corrected once many years ago, and I thought I should share this. I can't remember who he was, but there was a person on the philosophy faculty at Högskola Islands who wrote to me and said I was doing a great disservice to Proverbs studies in Icelandic by not giving Herman Paulson as much space as he should have. And this was, it turns out, Robert Cook, a friend of mine who was still alive then in Reykjavik, told me that actually this man was a very famous Icelandic philosopher, a very deep thinker, and that I should pay attention to his advice. And so I always try to mention Herman Paulson somewhere. Fascinating work. And he saw some of these things I talk about. And much of, it's going to be a nice book, but I hope I make clear in it that most of the ideas come from other places and other people. They don't come out of my head. I simply took them from other people's heads. And so there we have our workshop. It could go on. If there were 10 of us, we could go on and talk about them for forever and forever and forever. But instead, I do have some questions on the second page, and I wondered whether any of them were sufficiently interesting or if everybody wants a drink. I guess we don't want to drink yet. All right. Well, let's see if we can find the questions on page 4. Or if you have any other questions you would like to ask me, perhaps you want to know where I got my T-shirt that says, "Body by Bacon." That's quite a thing to know about, isn't it? Yeah. Anything else that you wanted to ask about?
Any questions?
That's it. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. There are no questions. Did I put you to sleep? I'm sorry about this. I'm so
I just want to say something, and use this opportunity to say something. I did a smart thing, and I read Professor Harris's forthcoming book, The Wisdom of the North, Proverbial Allusion and Cognitive Patterning in the Icelandic Sagas. And I can tell you, it is terrific. It is terrific, and you should definitely read it.
Oh, buy copies. Everybody buy a copy.
No, that's not exactly what I meant, but yes, that's right. That's right. Yes. So the book is, I don't know if everyone heard that correctly, but the book is forthcoming from the series Icelandica in Cornell University Press. It's number 64, I think. Yes.
Yes.
So I strongly advise everyone interested in Icelandic sagas and proverbs to buy it.
Where's my wallet?
Yeah. But now, if you guys want to look at the last exercises on page 4, does someone want to participate?
Sure. And while you're thinking about that, I'll just pass around this book. This is from a conference that we had at the University of Saskatchewan back in 2011, and we had people from Harvard and Oxford and all sorts of other wonderful places participating in the conference, and even Jankan Myrdal from the Myrdal family from Sweden. He contributed a long article about agricultural proverbs, and we were so grateful for that. And so I'll just let people have a look. You just sort of pass it around through. Yeah. Now, don't keep it. I have to give it away eventually, so don't take it with you. But have a look.
I'll just say what I said in English. I'll say it in Portuguese.
Yeah.
Para quem não percebeu ao início, o magnum opus do professor Harris vai ser publicado no final deste ano ou no início do próximo na série islândica da Cornell University Press. Chama-se Wisdom of the North, Proverbial Allusion and Cognitive Patterning in the Icelandic Saga. And I've already read it in the proofs and já li em provas e é fantástico, aconselho-vos todos a ler, pelo menos todos aqueles que se interessam por estudos islandeses ou por sagas islandesas, força nisso, está bem? E agora, para os alunos portugueses que estão aqui, vamos passar para a página 4 do handout. Se quiserem responder, são bem-vindos, está bem? E se tiverem, eu sei que vocês têm provérbios em português, se quiserem dizê-los, eu depois traduzo. Está bem?
There's a laugh on every page. You'll enjoy the book.
That's true.
I make fun of all sorts of scholars. Not Professor Meter, but other people.
Sim, quer responder? Não? Ok.
Yes.
Does someone here want to answer the questions? Não querem mesmo dizer os vossos provérbios? Ok, então força nisso, vá, força nisso. They're going to say a few proverbs.
Oh, good, yeah. Oh, good. Oh, wonderful. Oh, thank you, Emily. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay.
Cão que ladra não morde.
Yes, good one, good. Yeah, Icelanders say that too.
Quem espera, desespera. Quem espera sempre alcança. A pressa é inimiga da perfeição.
Oh, she's good. She's a good one.
As aparências enganam. Quem muito fala, pouco faz. Filho de peixe, peixinho é.
You're welcome to mine. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Posso continuar? Filho de peixe, peixinho é.
Son of fish is fish himself.
E uma em brasileiro que eu não sei se cá dizem.
Sim.
Água mole, pedra dura, tanto bate até que fura.
Soft water on hard stone beats so much that it ends by piercing through. More proverbs?
Mais vale um pássaro na mão do que dois a voar.
Better a bird in the hand than two in the bush.
Bom filho a casa torna.
A good son returns home. So it's an allusion to the parable of the prodigal son, of course.
So many times it's biblical, isn't it? Yeah.
More?
Para cada situação tenho sempre provérbio na mão.
For each situation, I have a proverb in hand, and everyone guesses who this came from. More?
Nem tudo que reluz é ouro.
Not all that glitters is gold.
Barriga cheia, cara alegre.
A full belly, merry face.
Bebidas fortes, homens fracos.
Strong drinks, weak men.
Defeitos do meu amigo, lamento, mas não maldigo.
The defects of my friend, I lament, but don't say ill about it.
Diz-me quantas línguas falas, direi-te quantas vales.
Tell me how many languages you speak, and I'll tell you your worth.
À noite, todos os gatos são pardos.
In the night, all cats are dark.
Amigos, negócios à parte.
Friends are always friends, but business must be kept apart.
Quanto mais devagar, mais depressa.
No. That's the other way around. The fastest you go, the slower you get. Marinela, slowly do you go far?
A vingança é prato que se come frio. A vingança é prato que se come frio.
Revenge is a dish you serve cold.
Quem cala consente.
He who shuts up consents.
E quem canta seus males espanta.
He who sings drives away his evils. Good.
Yes. Good. And here's another proverb for my students today. Better late than never. I have to stand up again, don't I?
You can stay there.
Okay. All right. How are we doing at hearing me? Can we hear me from down here?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, well, I'm lucky that I am still able to travel around, especially because my wife helps me and keeps me from getting lost in airports and things like that. And so I'm sorry she's not here, so we ought to thank her for my presence. But I do have trouble standing up for a very, very long time. And so forgive me, I'm still respectful, but I sit rather than standing for the next part. And so we can see everybody. All right, so were there really any questions there? See, the two will fit. You're going to see more about how my wobbly thinking goes when we come to my paper on Wednesday, which I hope you'll come and hear. And meanwhile, one must hang on to all those precious quotations on your handouts, because there will be different handouts for the Wednesday show. And then if you put them all together, you'll have God's own answer to what the Proverbs is about and how it's used in the old Icelandic sagas. But this is a start, and we're thinking, where does the proverb really exist, and where is it accessible? If we think about our cognitive functions, it turns out that in our culture, now it might be different in others, but generally speaking, in most cultures, people don't have more than 8 or 10 proverbs in their proverb bag, although there are many, many more there, but we don't access them except in situations where there is something to associate with, either an event or a person or an experience. Then we remember the proverb. We may not say the proverb. When I see the beautiful girl, I may not actually say, all the glitters is gold. I may not remember my mama's advice. No, but it will be there somewhere inside. So it's imminent, but it has not reached the surface. And it's imminent in the sense of being part of my cognitive function. It is part of that brick wall that stands between us and our possibly ill-considered behavior. Now I'll quiet down, yes. Yeah.
Might be helpful for the audience.
Yes.
What you're saying now has to do with the ideas that you develop in your book about cognitive patterning, right?
Yes, that's the big idea.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
Surely. When I talk about it, cognitive patterning, I must caution you. Other people than myself should be here to talk with you today. Tom Shippey had this idea as early as 1972, 74, when he was writing about Beowulf and the proverbial material there, and the complexities of the story. He said, Tom Shippey said, how is it that a contemporary audience, we call it the first audience of Beowulf, that for which the composition was intended, how could the first audience of Beowulf understand so many things that are in it, which we discover with over 10,000 books and articles have been written on Beowulf, over 10,000, and but it didn't take, we assume it did not take the first audience a huge library of books to understand. Instead, as Shippey says, not only were they the first audience, but they heard the story once, probably. They sat there listening, and all of the subtleties of expression which we are able to glean from our massive studies of the text. Think of all that must have been inside the members of the first audience of Beowulf for them to understand what it was about in such subtle ways as we are still only beginning to understand. So Shippey, that's not Harris, it's Shippey. When I first began writing about it, I hadn't bumped into his work. and so I've been, something, can you still hear me? Oh, good. I don't need this thing very much. I can talk loudly. So here's the thing. Always remember, Shippey was my forerunner, like John the Baptist, and he had this idea. And after that, there was, of course, Susan Deskus, and Caroline Larrington talks about it. All of them talk about this knowledge. Oh, I'm sorry, I sat on the. Oh gosh, I sat on something electric here. So okay. So we never go around thinking in a vacuum, even though sometimes it feels comfortable to pretend we're doing so. And so remember, I have on these handouts the material that gives evidence of precedence to my own work. And what I've done is taken it and talked about it a great deal and worked it through and tried to turn it into then a recognizable, more or less comprehensive theory. But it comes from, I've stood upon the shoulders of T.A. Shippey himself. And he's a clever one. He's funny and he's clever. So that's it. And the idea is then that an audience of Beowulf, the Anglo-Saxon audience around 700 AD, if you will, although people like to argue about that. The idea is that they knew an awful lot of things. They had a great deal of immanent saga, a great deal of immanent proverb inside in their heads, helping them to think about the situations they themselves encountered on a daily basis, helping them to understand the complexity of Beowulf, which even today defies our complete understanding. And so that's what the book is about. You're going to find, because, as I may have mentioned already, everybody has a definition of a proverb, and all people want to kill each other over their private definitions. They say, my proverb is mine, and it's right, and screw you. And this is silly. I have a working definition of the proverb. It's linguistically based. I recognize the value of other definitions for other purposes, but this is what I do as I work on the approach to what the sagas meant and how they meant those things to the audience. So I hope, if there's anything else, I can work on the 10 questions, or we can, I think, are you hungry?
Yes,
hungry.
maybe lunch would be a good idea.
I'd like to have a drink, and do I have time to tell the story to the boys and girls, or should I leave it?
You
sure, I don't want to bore them.
No,
okay, right.
So, shall we conclude?
Yeah, why don't we hang on to them? I'll tell them a story.
Yes.
And then we'll
so let's proceed. Let's proceed to hand in the diplomas. To hand out. So let's hand the diplomas to their
yes.
And please a big round of applause to Professor Harris.
We have the diplomas for Professor Harris, and after we will deliver one diploma for each of you that have participated from school. So for the professor, we have here one book with all the communications that will be present at this colloquium. So please give this for your students and for the library of the school. So please, for you. So,
queria dizer que temos aqui, para além de estudantes universitários e professores, temos aqui uma turma da Escola Secundária de Tavira, que estão a fazer o curso profissional de turismo, 12º ano, e que esta professora Maria Hortense Correia se disponibilizou a trazer 7 alunos para estarem connosco nesta hora e meia. E por isso nós também temos uma surpresa para estes alunos e os outros também alunos e professores. Vamos não propriamente almoçar, mas temos um brunch para vós antes de irem para a escola, está bem? Aqui no hotel, certo? Pronto. Os diplomas nós faremos chegar, temos a lista vossa e faremos chegar por e-mail através da professora como participaram neste 16º Colóquio Interdisciplinar sobre Provérbios. O nosso agradecimento em nome de todos, porque é a primeira vez que temos uma turma de turismo, enfim, neste colóquio, embora em outros anteriores têm estado também alunos de outras áreas do conhecimento e, por outro lado, também de outros níveis escolares. Muito obrigado. E estão de parabéns.
Now it's time just to end this section. Thank you very much.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Feira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Feira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Parreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
roads, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher, and I can't help. My body's burning, my darling. Please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira vai começar exatamente com um corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe. Enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Vai, dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Feira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Feira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Feira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Eyes were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can't help staring at you. I'm fine. roads, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating.
Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the sun is getting higher, and I can't help. My body's burning, my darling. Please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com o corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Vai, dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Eyes were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me up soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can help staring at you.
cause I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher, and I can't help. My body's burning, my darling. Please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com um corridinho da amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É a ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Sabina, can you take me a photo, please, like this? I'm going to send it to my husband.
All right, everybody. I hope you had a very enjoyable lunch hour. And now it's time to say good afternoon and to get our postprandial session underway. I am Professor Roper from the University of Tartu, and I'm delighted to invite three sets of veteran Severans to give us their papers in this session. And our first paper in this session is given by a pair of authors. We have Christian Grandel, who will be well known to many of you, originally trained as an Egyptologist, but famous for his paremiological researches from Germany. And we also have Öznur Öztürkçü from Erdoğan University in the east of Turkey. And they will be telling us about the proverb, dogs bark, but the caravan moves on.
Thank you very much. In the course of his life, Wolfgang Mieder concerned himself in a large number of studies with the loan translation of Anglo-American, but also proverbs of his German mother tongue. This was also the case in 1988 in the detailed study Die Hunde bellen, aber die Karawane zieht weiter, zum türkischen Ursprung eines neuen deutschen Sprichwortes. In English, the dogs bark, but the caravan goes on the Turkish origin of a new German proverb. As the title clearly expresses, Wolfgang Mieder tries to prove that the Turkish proverb "it yürü, kervan yürü," along with a large number of other languages, has also been loan translated into German and has become a new German proverb. In my part of our joint presentation, I'm not interested in continuing to prove that we are in fact dealing with a new German proverb. There should not be any doubt about that in the meantime, as it is mentioned in Lutz Röhrigs Lexikon der sprichwörtlichen Redensarten 2001, in Duden, das große Buch der Zitate und Redewendungen 2002, and most recently in Harry Walters Deutsche Sprichwörter und Redensarten, historisch-etymologische Skizzen mit europäischen Äquivalenten 2021. As things stand, it will also find its way into the Dictionary of Modern German Proverbs, in its full form and probably also only its second part, the caravan goes on, as an independent common German proverb. The focus of my considerations today is solely on taking once more a closer look at the origin of the proverb. It is certainly no coincidence that Wolfgang Mieder concerned himself in 1988 with this, as he wrote at that time, in Anglo-American, and I think the same also applies to German, lesser-known proverb. Made it large headlines just this year in all the media, radio, press, and television, because of its repeated use, especially by the German Chancellor at that time, Helmut Kohl. It was and is sometimes still attributed to him. For example, at a party conference of his CDU party in Wiesbaden on the 13th of June against critics from his own ranks, which certainly contributed to its contribution also to distant Vermont. Wolfgang Mieder has concerned himself with the origin of this proverb of the year, as he called it himself, with the help of numerous references. Of particular importance proved to be two newspaper articles which provide information that the proverb was used already on the 3rd of June 1981 by the Chancellor at that time of a social liberal coalition, Helmut Schmidt, in the German parliament against the leader of the opposition at that time, Helmut Kohl, and that the journalist and publisher Axel Springer had already used it against his critics at the 6th of October 1966 on the occasion of the opening of his publishing house, which was located directly at the Berlin Wall in Berlin, which was divided at that time. I quote from the speech of Axel Springer. Every quotation I will give you now is not in German, of course. I've tried to translate it in English as best as I can. I quote, "I know whoever builds at the roads has to let the people talk about himself. We generally act according to this knowledge, which is as simple as it is correct. I confess that another insight often helps us in this attitude, namely this one. The dogs bark, but the caravan goes on." In this earliest reference of Wolfgang Mieder for the use of the proverb in German, especially in politics and journalism, as we have just heard and will see further on, its general meaning is expressed quite clearly. I quote, "Undeterred by resistance or criticism, we continue the course that we have found to be correct." This is a quotation from the Duden Dictionary. Now follows a quotation of Wolfgang Mieder. But like Helmut Schmidt, and I add, and Helmut Kohl, Axel Springer is not the creator of this motto. Rather, we have here an old Turkish proverb. This has been loan translated into German, and that this happened in our days is hardly surprising, given the large number of Turkish residents in the Federal Republic. In his second recently published volume on modified German proverbs in literature, media and caricatures, titled Hinterfragte Weisheiten from 2022, which shows without doubt in this corresponding chapter of this proverb its currency in German on the basis of several caricatures of political content, aphorisms, an epigram, a play of thoughts, and its use in the headline of a Sunday newspaper that he has collected over the years. Wolfgang Mieder once again emphasizes its loan translation from Turkish and I quote him again, the considerable language influence of the Turkish residents in Germany for its distribution since the 1960s, besides the repeated use by Helmut Kohl in the 1988. The slavist and paremiologist Harry Walter from Greifswald sees its origin in the Oriental region, and as the Duden, a translation of the Turkish proverb, id yürü, kervan yürü. Whether the origin of our new German proverb, which is listed as Wolfgang Mieder correctly stated, already since the late 19th century in German wording as a Turkish proverb equivalent in the both German proverb collections of Ida von Düringsfeld, 1866, and Karl Friedrich Wilhelm Wander from 1870, is really in the Turkish or wider Oriental language area, I'm not able to answer, at least at this point. On the other hand, what I think I can clearly prove is that the new German proverb was at least not loan translated directly from Turkish. The language influence of the Turkish migrants for this process, emphasized by Wolfgang Mieder, to German politics and journalism, I consider for too low, if it exists at all. I would like to draw your attention on another reference of Wolfgang Mieder from 1988, which sheds light on the fact that the proverb, when Chancellor Helmut Kohl used it on February the 22nd against the chairman of the Bavarian sister party CSU, Franz Josef Strauß, it was also heard on television of the German Democratic Republic, GDR. In the program Der Schwarze Kanal, moderator Karl Eduard von Schnitzler concluded with the proverb directed against arrested participants of the Liebknecht Luxemburg demonstration on January the 17th in East Berlin. There is no doubt about Wolfgang Mieder's conclusion that the new German proverb, the dogs bark but the caravan goes on, was widely distributed through the media of 1988 in the Federal Republic of Germany. However, the fact that it also found its way into the other German state of Germany, divided from 1949 until 1990, in this way can no longer be maintained, as we will see in the further course. So let us continue the way of its loan translation in the German Democratic Republic. But let us take a small step forward in time first. In a commentary of the General German News Service of the German Democratic Republic, in the daily newspaper Neues Deutschland, the central organ of the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, SED, from 1946 until 1989, of the 10th of June 1988, the basic relationship of this state to Axel Springer becomes clear. The daily newspaper Die Welt, published by his publishing house, is accused of spreading well-directed fails reports about the state border of the GDR. The commentary ends like this. It cannot be overlooked that the whole process is taking place at a time when the relations between the GDR and the FRG are normalizing, and travel and transit traffic is increasing in the line with economic possibilities. Every reasonable person and every politician with perceptiveness is clear. That can only burden the development. Remains to be determined, the dogs bark, but the caravan goes on. Let us go back in time now step by step. In a speech to miners and other workers in the Polish Voivodeship Katowice, printed in Neues Deutschland on the 18th of August 1983, the Secretary General of the Central Committee of the SED and Chairman of the Council of State of the GDR, Erich Honecker, emphasized not only the good cooperation between the both countries, but also the friendship among children and young people, not without any political intention. I quote, if the trade union work flourishes so vigorously, then agreements should be made from cooperative to cooperative about cooperation and also about joint holidays in the German Democratic Republic and in the People's Republic of Poland. We believe that this will help strengthen the combat brotherhood of the laboring class between the German Democratic Republic and the People's Poland. And so we act according to the slogan towards our enemies. The dogs bark, but the caravan goes on. Our duty to socialism. In a greeting by Paul Werner, member of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the SED, at the 10th Party Conference of the Greek Communist Party, printed in Neues Deutschland on the 17th of May 1978, the political meaning of our proverb is expressed particularly clearly. I quote, together we actively support the realization of the action targets agreed at the Berlin Conference of the Communist and Laborers' Parties of Europe. We are for strengthening the unity of the communist movement on the basis of the Marxism, Leninism, and the proletarian internationalism. Imperialism intensifies its efforts to stop the historic rise of the progress and socialism by anti-communism and anti-Sovietism, by the ideological diversion and increased agitation against the GDR and other socialist countries. But it will no more succeed in doing that today, as it was the case in the past. It is rightly said, the dogs bark, the caravan goes on. We intensify the offensive confrontation with the ideology of imperialism and its apologists. The proverb reads similarly in a speech of the chairman of the Council of Ministers of the GDR, Horst Sindermann, to laborers of a steel and machine construction combine in the Czechoslovak, at that time city of Ostrava, printed in Neues Deutschland on the 17th of October 1974. I quote, you know that there were many attempts of our enemies to stop the GDR in its socialist rise, but all these attacks have failed. It is, as the proverb goes, the dogs bark, but the caravan of socialism goes on. Our country is becoming more beautiful, the life of its citizens is improving, and peaceful labor is gaining new victories. In an article of Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Neues Deutschland, Günter Kertschner, in the commentaries and opinions section of the issue of the 6th of January 1973, our proverb can be found in the headline, the dogs bark, but the caravan goes on, at the present time anti-GDR campaign in the FRG, and again at its end. I quote, serious politics is made on the basis of serious facts. We have made good progress with our politics of security and cooperation in Europe, with our efforts to normalize the relations between the GDR and the FRG. We will not be swayed in our politics of peace and easing of tension. The dogs bark, but the caravan goes on. Of particular importance is the use of our new German proverb in an article of the writer Erich Neutsch in the issue of Neues Deutschland of the 19th of February 1966, because it predates that of Axel Springer of the 6th of October of the same year. He would like to give the singer-songwriter Wolf Biermann, who has increasingly become a critic of the SED and the GDR, one last chance to make his talent available for the benefit of the same. I quote, we will give him this last chance. If he does not use it, we will say, the dogs bark, but the caravan goes on. On the 16th of November 1976, Wolf Biermann was expatriated from the GDR. Of no less interest as far as the loan translation of our proverb into German is concerned is a speech of the leader of a delegation of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, Pyotr Nikolaevich Pospelov, at the fourth party conference of the Labour Party of Albania, which is printed in German wording in the issue of Neues Deutschland of the 18th of February 1961. There we read a passage dealing with the slander of the CPSU and the Soviet Union. I quote, "And not only our open enemies did that, the imperialists, but also all opportunists and renegades, the people who became disloyal to Marxism and Leninism. These people, who occasionally even called themselves Marxists, tried to attack our Leninist party and their central committee from the right and from the left. But in reality, whatever robes they may wear, they are really only parrota of the enemies of socialism. However, as an old proverb goes, the dog barks, but the caravan goes on." A report of the first Secretary of the Central Committee of the SED, Walter Ulbricht, at the 11th meeting of the Central Committee, printed in the issue of Neues Deutschland of the 18th of December 1960, deals, amongst other things, also with the termination of the trade agreement with the GDR by the Federal Republic of Germany. I quote, "West Germans and other capitalists, unwilling to deceive themselves, have long recognized that the Cold War blockade against a socialist country has always done the opposite of what it was intended to achieve. That is natural, because the laborers and the intelligence in the socialist countries, also in the GDR, use all their strength and ability to manufacture precisely those products, machines, and plants themselves. The imperialists would like to sabotage the socialist construction by the refusal to deal. Anyone who believes he could put pressure on us and blackmail us is very wrong. The dogs bark, but the caravan goes on. We will continue to expand our economic positions." My earliest reference of our new German proverb is found in the issue of Neues Deutschland of the 18th of October 1959. In an article about the successes in the socialist transformation of agriculture, it appears once more in the headline and at the end, again directed against politics and journalism in the other part of Germany. What makes this article particularly interesting is the fact that it was used as a study material in party training, which certainly helped to distribute the proverb. I think it should become clear that the new German proverb, "Dogs bark, but the caravan goes on," was common in the German Democratic Republic much earlier, as Wolfgang Mieder's references could prove, for the other state of a divided Germany, and that it went the opposite way, as he thought it has done. I cannot prove whether Axel Springer played a key role in this, but I'm pretty sure that he was aware of using a common proverb of his critics. His confession to it may be an indication. Be that as it may, in the end, we come one more time to the loan translation of our new German proverb. I already had given a first indication with a reference of the proverb in German translation in the issue of Neues Deutschland of the 18th of February 1961. I quote from a speech of Josef Stalin at the meeting of the chairmanship of the Executive Committee of the Communist International on the 22nd of January 1926. The German edition of his works, provided by the Marx Engels Institute at the Central Committee of the SED in 1952, in which it is about the struggle against the right and the ultra-left deviations in French and German communist parties, respectively. I quote, "We cannot determine our politics by what this or that windbag or Philistine might say about us. We must follow our path unperturbed and sure, without paying attention what made-up stories idle people might invent about us. The Russians have a good proverb, dogs bark, but the caravan goes on. We should remember this proverb. It can be of use for us times in the future." End of the quotation. The fact that our new German proverb is also common in Russian, along with a large number of other Slavic languages, is pointed out by Harry Walter, with a reference to its detailed description and use by Russian writers in M.I. Michelson. This was my talk.
Thank you, Christian. Now I want to inform you for the proverb. I mean, this proverb is Turkish. It yürür, kervan yürür, with the correct pronunciation. This proverb has been popular in Turkey in the past, and actually is been popular nowadays. And now I would like to inform you about its versions in other Turkic languages and how it is used in Turkish society today. In her book, Tülay presents different versions of this proverb. I would like to read them to you. Bir it ürümekle kervan geri dönmez. With the dog barking, the caravan won't come back. Bir it vurmakla bir kervan geri dönmez. A caravan does not return by shooting a dog. Bir köpek ürümekle kervan geri dönmez. With the dog barking, the caravan won't come back. There is another version used in Turkey, presented by Azmanoğlu. It ulur, kervan yürür. It's replaced only one word, ulur. Actually, they are the synonym. It also means barking. There's no difference in meaning. The proverb has been found in different sources dating back to the Ottoman times. In a project conducted by Çobanoğlu in 2004, the existence of around 500 proverbs in the last 1,000 years was tried to be determined. For this purpose, ancient sources such as Divan-ı Lügat-ı Türk, which is the first comprehensive dictionary used in Turkic languages, and today's sources were examined, and the use of the proverbs in Turkish dialects belonging to different geographies was established. And this actually list is, oh, sorry, it's too small, but anyway, they are different versions of Turkish. I don't even understand some of them. Structurally the same, but there are some dialectal differences in these proverbs. So actually, they are used in every part of Turkic languages. I'd like to mention about the meaning of this proverb because actually it is interesting that this proverb has different connotations, very different connotations. In the general sense, Yurtbaşı expresses the meaning as the progress cannot be stopped by the criticism of scoundrels. In this meaning, the dogs are regarded as something unimportant or inefficient. However, in Turkish society, this proverb has been perceived in different ways. Some criticize Kervan for having anxiety about being strong. And also some people think, instead of ignoring the dogs, why don't you communicate them? Maybe they are trying to say something important. Maybe they are trying to draw attention to some problems. And why don't you communicate, understand, and tame them? This is kind of a criticizing of this proverb in Turkey. And also, considering the comments on social media, some users state that, okay, sorry, it is too small, I don't understand why. This proverb may be the most repulsive, most self-sufficient proverb in Turkish. This is a comment, by the way, by a user. If the entire mass of press in the history of the Republic could be revised, a very clear pattern could be determined by whom this proverb was used as a title and in which periods and the ideological fluctuations of the country could even be looked at from that perspective. Moreover, some commentators express that they disagree with their ancestors who react impatiently to these proverbs. And they say, Kervan will stop and listen to the dogs after some time, so the dogs will be heard. I'd like to also mention about the dog, it, actually, in Turkish, it, yürür, its connotations, because they have different meanings in Turkish society. It has a synonym in Turkish, which is köpek. However, their literal meaning is the same, but their connotations are really different. Like, it is pretty older than köpek, and it is used in rural areas, but köpek is used for, like when you see a dog, a very pretty one, you say, it's a köpek, but not it. It is used for aggressive ones. And also, I can say, it, the aggressive one, has narrowed its meaning to the negative connotation, not just an animal. So with the word, its connotation, and the meaning of the proverb itself leads Turkish people to use it when they convey a message that they don't care, when they don't care about what others think. And I'd like to present some examples of the situation in social and political life in Turkey. There are books named İtürür Kervan Yürür. The first one was by İrfan Orga. It's about a nomadic tribe. And the second one by Nazım Hikmet. Nazım Hikmet is, actually he was, a Turkish Polish poet, playwright, novelist, screenwriter, director, and memoirist. And he wrote this book to criticize the people who oppose to Atatürk's reforms. It wasn't his first time to use this proverb on a title. Actually, he used that proverb on one of the as a title on a newspaper. In 1935, he had a disagreement with another journalist, another writer, Peyam Mustafa, and they had a strict argument on newspapers. And Nazım Hikmet wrote an article on the 5th January 1935, and it was named İtürür Kervan Yürür. After just 4 days, he had another article, İtürür Kervan Yürür #2. About this, Akı, in 2017, if we come to today, wrote an article with the same title, İtürür Kervan Yürür, commenting on Nazım Hikmet's book, and said that the best thing to do is to continue the caravan and ignore them, and used an anti-proverb, İtin ağzı torba değil ki büzesin, which means the mouths of dogs are not back, so tighten them, which is derived from another proverb, elin ağzı torba değil ki büzesin, people's mouths are not back, so tighten them, meaning you can't stop people from speaking. This proverb has also been popular in social media, especially when the subject is about President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. On this Facebook, it is the name of the account, İtürür Kervan Yürür, and it's about all these politicians. There are many examples, but I just picked some of them. Sami Özey, he also wrote another article named with this proverb. It's also about the members of PKK. And another one, Erandaç, wrote an article and used this proverb as a title to refer to opponents of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. This proverb has also become current issue on January 3rd, 2021 in Turkey, when the Interior Minister Süleyman Soylu reacted to one of the journalists who criticized a photo taken at the border. Not only supporters, but also the leaders use this proverb directly in their speeches, on their writing. Like, as you see, Recep Tayyip Erdogan uses this proverb in his speech. These are the proverbs that I mentioned during the presentation. Actually, I skipped, I think, one of the... Okay. Anyway, there's another one. I think there is a problem on the presentation, but I just want to mention about it just very shortly. Another journalist mentioned about this, like Turkey as the continuation of Ottoman Empire, and he saw Erdogan as a sultan, and he expresses anger towards the opponents by ending his article with two anti-proverbs. İtürür, Osmanlı kervanı yürür. The dog barks, Ottoman caravan moves on. And another one, it ürüyor diye kervan yolunu değiştirir mi? It's a question. Will the caravan ever change its path just because the dog barks? Referring to everyone who threatens Turkish Republic. And it's also used in poems and songs in Turkey. As for the conclusion, like considering the usage of the proverb in both German and Turkish society, it can be said that the proverb has a political character. Not only leaders, but also their supporters, especially journalists, benefit from the proverb in terms of its fallacy. The examples in both societies reveals that the proverb is used in order to avoid an answer and convey a message that ignores others. The dog's bark, the caravan moves on, is still popular in Turkish society. Thank you.
So, thank you very much for that. We're a little bit over time, but then again we started a little late, so maybe we have time for one question or comment at this stage. Please, Lisa.
Just a comment. This is very well known proverb.
A microphone is coming.
This is very well known proverb also in Finland. Karavani kulkee ja koirat haukkuu. And it was because our previous Prime Minister, Pekka Lipponen, sorry, Pekka Lipponen is, but Paavo Lipponen was used this when he was a big man who didn't want to answer to people and say that, and didn't notice what the others said against him. So he took this proverb and it began to live a new life. It has been before that also, but he made it very famous. He, did I say in the beginning of 2000 something? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, and thanks to our speakers once again. Wolfgang, you want to say something? Okay, if it's very concise.
Yes.
Anyhow, this was a wonderful paper, Christian and Öztven. When I wrote that paper that Christian so kindly referred to in 1988, I think that shows the difference between the old proverb scholarship and the wonderful modern ones. I still relied on things I happened to find. You know, you now, of course, have the advantage of finding the East German texts, I would assume, in Christian, primarily through the internet. And, but that just shows you, my feeling has always been, every one of us should at least do one study of one individual proverb to find out the complexity of it and how Christian and Öztven very quickly can dethrone an old person by saying, I found a number of fascinating new things. So just quickly yet, Jonathan, an old friend of mine who unfortunately died 26 years ago was my colleague. We had written a number of books together on Churchill and Dickens and others. He used to say to me, you know, Wolfgang, one thing you ought to do one of these days. Write an article and admitting all the mistakes you've made. Because, you know, once you date Proverbs, you immediately know that Isabella is going to find one that is older. But anyhow, wonderful paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it's my privilege to introduce Damien Villiers of Toulouse, where he works as a linguist, but where he also does, in his spare time and in his university time, a great deal of paremiological research. And today he's going to be talking to us about mimetic theory as it concerns proverbs, the birth of proverbs and their survival. So when you're ready, Damien. Very good.
Okay. This is kind of new to me, so... Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, good. Well, just to add a note, so hello everyone. We've got the same proverb in French, apparently also in Russian and also in Portuguese, and I suppose many more languages, so yeah. So, I'm going to be telling you about a controversial theory today, and also about the propagation of proverbs. It's a theory I've used for a few years, but until today I had never really given a lot of background. So today is the day I correct the mistake. Very quickly, because this is not about proverb definition, just so that you can situate my position on proverb definition, because there are many approaches. So I do think it is possible to define them. I use it as a specific term. I have a more analytical approach that is multi-criteria, and in terms of criteria, since there's like a scale of consensus, some definition criteria are more often accepted than others. So I tend to mostly accept those that have high frequency and high acceptance, or at least moderate frequency with high acceptance. Yeah, I know it's a bit small, but this is not the topic today. Today is about memes, not those memes. I suppose most people here have seen internet memes before, these funny images on the internet with a bit of text. So this is not going to be a presentation on this kind of memes. This is going to be a presentation on memetics or memology. And of course, we're going to see if it can be applied to perimnology. Spoiler, yes, it can be. So a very quick history about the life and death of memetics. That's another spoiler. So there have been for a very long time theories on cultural transmission. Before memetics appeared, even in the 19th century, but everything started with, the trigger was a book by Richard Dawkins on genetics called The Selfish Gene. And at the end of this book, in the final chapter, he claims that there is another type of replicator, the meme. So basically the meme is an analogy to the gene. It's like the cultural equivalent of the gene. So he says, for example, we need a name for the new replicator, blah, blah, blah, and memes propagate in the meme pool by leaping from brain to brain via a process which is like imitation. So this is where it all started. And actually, in the book, he precises that both replicators, the meme and the gene, follow the same principles. They are in competition with one another, and only the best ones survive and catch on. So survival of the fittest. Oh, this is a meme about memes, to summarize the situation, about memes in the original sense, and internet memes. So now they're more famous than the memes from memology, but anyway. So very quickly, the rise of memetics. Many books in the 70s and 80s. The apex was in the 90s with super famous books on the right. There was even an online journal in 97 with thousands of articles. So it was a massive success. And there was a very big potential at first. But, there's always a but, the death of memetics. That was very short-lived. There has always been a lot of criticism on memetics, on the terminology. Not everybody has been using the same words. Virus of the mind, thought contagion, memes. Not everybody agreed on the definition and even the existence of memes. And also there were two rival schools. Some people said the meme is only in the brain. Others said, no, it's a pattern, it's a behavior, it's an artifact. So they were fighting over this, not very productive. And of course, there was a lack of concrete applications and empirical results. Without any surprise, that caused the death of memetics. The field declined, the journal died or was discontinued very quickly. The pioneers gave up on the discipline. They became poker players and other things. The words progressively disappeared, and nowadays people only know internet memes, but not really memes in the original sense, in the folkloric or cultural transmission sense. And eventually memetics was discarded as a useless and unproductive or inconclusive analogy. So it's like of a living dead pseudoscience now. But is it completely useless? And should we throw the baby out with the bathwater? The answer is no, very predictable. Interestingly enough, the best contributions came after its death. The contribution on memetics came after the death of memetics. It's a bit weird, but that's the way it is. So there were new definitions, new methodologies to empirically test results. The proof was brought that, with neural imaging, you can prove the existence of memes in the brain. And it has been applied to many disciplines, from internet hoaxes to marketing, including phraseology. So it came too late. Too little, too late. But if we play with some online tools, For example, Google Trends is a marketing tool that is used to track what people type on the internet. And this is very useful to determine if people have been exposed to certain expressions. So if you look at the graph, you can see that proverbs actually propagate a bit like viruses, like mini pandemics, simultaneously in many countries. For example, I typed a very modern proverb, haters gonna hate. And if you can see the colors, UK, USA, Canada, Australia, India. India a bit less, but you can see it's pretty quick and pretty simultaneous. So they do behave a bit like viruses. So now can we apply it to perimyology? Yes, you know the answer, but how can we apply them, and how can this controversial theory be useful? So we've seen that they spread like viruses of the mind in a way that is called in epidemiology mixed diffusion. So it's not only to things that are close to the source, but also remotely on social media and so on. From folkloristic or mimetic point of view, all cultural units, all forms of folklore are memes, in the original sense, not in the internet meme sense. I remember a few years ago in Paris, I was sitting next to Wolfgang, and there was a presentation on internet memes, and at the time someone said that proverbs were like internet memes. And I remember with Wolfgang we said, now what is that guy telling? It's not. But actually it works if you understand it in the original sense. And also we can consider that proverbs are in competition with each other. Many proverbial candidates are created regularly, but very few actually survive. So only the best ones catch on. Wolfgang wrote a few lines about this. He says, if the statement contains an element of truth or wisdom and exhibits one or more proverbial markers, it might catch on. So there are necessary qualities and ingredients for a proverb to survive. So that's really the aspect that interests me the most. And also mimetics can offer a few solutions. For example, it can describe the birth and propagation of phrasemes. It can explain why some proverbs survive and others die. And it can also, maybe in terms of definition criteria, it can maybe help separate the obligatory criteria from the optional ones, insofar as they are replication boosters. So they're not obligatory, but they help the survival of the proverb. So many interesting leads, but I'm going to focus on one. So if you take mimetics, the most interesting contribution is from Heiligen. I'm not sure about the pronunciation. So he worked, actually he's not a mimetician, he's a cyberneticist. So he works with computers and internet hoaxes. And he identified 4 main stages in the replication, that means the propagation, of memes. So assimilation, which means that to remember the proverb, you need to notice it, understand it, and accept it. Then you can remember it, that's retention. Then you can express it, and transmission is the form of a signal. So that's the first step for something to propagate. And also another interesting point is that the capacity of memes to survive and complete the replication cycle is called meme fitness. You know the phrase survival of the fittest? So that's called meme fitness. And the fitness actually is the degree or the level or the number of selection criteria. They're basically qualities. It's the number of qualities they have. And, well, I've been integrating this in my proverb genesis model for some years, but that's not the topic today. The topic is this, selection criteria. If you take the theory by Heiligen and Schillens, and if you modify a few of them, add a few ones, remove a few ones that do not apply to proverbs, you shake everything up and you get this. So these are, I think, the main qualities necessary in a proverb to catch on and survive. So you've got distinctiveness. Is it different from other competitors? Veracity. Is it true? That's, of course, not an important criterion because it can be wrong or subjective. It doesn't matter. Conformity is much more important. Do you believe it or not? Or does it hurt your feelings? So if it's something that you don't like, you're not going to propagate it. Also, simplicity. Is it very clear? Is it easy to pronounce? Is it new? Is it aesthetically appealing? Is it useful? Because if it's useless, no one's going to use it and it's going to die. It's not going to catch on. Is it used relevantly in context? And maybe the more important criteria are the quantitative ones. So for example, has it been exposed to a high number of hosts, of people, that means? Because if no one hears or sees the proverb, no one's going to spread it. So another important one is repetition and authority. Who is the source? Because depending on the weight and the prestige of the source, this is going to make a huge difference. And today, what I wanted to do with you is that I wanted to show you a few examples and see if we can apply this to proverbial candidates. So, you may have heard that the organization People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, PETA, has been trying to replace existing proverbs and idioms, but I'm focusing on proverbs today. They want to replace the proverbs that are a form of animal abuse with animal-friendly idioms and proverbs. So you've got a few examples here. So for example, you should not say there's more than one way to skin a cat. That's a bit violent, but there's more than a way to peel a potato. It's more animal-friendly. Or to put all your berries in one bowl is more animal-friendly. Yes, because if you have eggs or chickens, it's a form of abuse, according to PETA. So this is pretty much on their website. It's important to note that since I collected the Proverbs, they have removed some of them. So it means they were not very happy with all of them. Some of them have been improved and modified. But this is a little sample that I chose. And I've got a bit of time, so we can maybe analyze them. But today I'm not going to give you all the answers. I know it's a bit annoying, you know, it's like those films. There's no ending, you have to imagine it. So it's going to be pretty much the same. We're just going to comment on them a bit, but not too much, so that you can decide which proverbial candidates are more likely to catch on and survive, which ones are less fit. So basically the challenge here is to analyze them in terms of fitness and how many selection criteria they have. So you may have noticed that most of them are substitutions of one element, etc., sometimes of an entire expression. So they're basically substitutions, so most of them are very close to the original, which means that in terms of distinctiveness, they are in direct competition with the original proverb, so that's going to make it very much harder. Then you notice that, I don't know if I maybe should make you think a bit, but are you convinced by all of them? What, would you say that some of them are maybe a bit better than the others? So for example, if we have a look, some of them are actually very funny, but let's begin with a good one. There's more than one way to skin a cat. I think in this case, it's pretty obvious. Even if you're not an animal activist, I think it's pretty easy to admit that, yes, the original proverb is a bit violent. This one is not difficult. So that is important in terms of conformity, because you are willing, you are okay to accept and agree to say that this is a form of animal violence. But however, don't put your eggs in one basket. If you replace this one, that means you are willing to accept that owning chickens is a form of animal abuse. So in terms of conformity, is it compatible with your beliefs? Are you ready to admit that? So conformity is here a very big criterion, because that's going to make the difference. It's the same in terms of authority. I don't know if many of you know PETA. I suppose English speakers do, but you know, there have been many controversial campaigns by PETA. Of course, the cause, most people agree on the cause, but the methods, you know, they've been, I don't know if you've heard some of the campaigns comparing meat eaters to Nazis, saying that milk causes autism, and so on. So they're a bit controversial. So in terms of authority, they are the source of the candidates, but it is not certain that all the potential hosts or speakers will be willing to accept their authority. So that's another problem, potential. So these are a few ups and downs in the potential career. Of course, some of them are also problematic. If you have a look at Curiosity Killed the Cat, yes, okay, it's pretty violent. But mind your own business is an entirely different expression. And maybe in terms of pragmatic functions, you know, it's not the same. So many problems here. I'm not going to dwell on that too long. How long do I have left? Okay, 2 or 3 minutes. So maybe what I'm going to do is that I'm going to basically give a few conclusions. So what I wanted to show today is that although mimetics or mimology is like a dead, useless metaphor and not a real science, it has given many useful tools that are very handy in the description of proverb propagation. And I think the conclusion is that we should not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I'm going to thank you, and I'm going to show again the examples so that maybe you can try and think if some of them are maybe fitter than others. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So, do we have any questions or comments? Perhaps relating to the proverbs on the board, perhaps? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. From the features that you present in the previous slide, some of them can be measured, but not all of but not all of them.
Not all of them, yeah. The quantitative ones, of course, can, but the qualitative ones, it's more difficult. Oops.
Do you think you can model some of them?
It has been modeled empirically for the propagation of virus and internet hoaxes. It has. It's very mathematical and technical, so it's not my thing, but Heiligen and Schillens have done that. So if you like numbers and equations and stuff, you're going to find it very useful, but I don't get anything. I'm not into mathematics. Oh, I can't. I'm trying to show the... it's not showing anymore, anyway. So the short answer is yes, some of them are, but not all of them. How do you measure usefulness? How do you measure aesthetic appeal? It's a bit subjective, so you cannot measure all of them, but only some of them.
Okay, Isabel.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I actually find it very fascinating what you've proposed today, because I was looking, it's all about that proverb we discovered yesterday by chance. Actually, Harald discovered it on one of the posters, and it is the Portuguese proverb.
Enough is enough?
Well, it's not exactly proverb, but it's a slogan, political slogan at the moment used in politics. And this Demais, which is like too much is too much, and enough is enough. And we were wondering, because it just apparently appeared out of nowhere, well, it follows something that we're going to give in our presentation. And I was thinking about the translation and so on, and actually that theory could explain the calque translation of the proverb into another language. So there might be some interesting way of exploring this proposal of yours. So that's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
It's a good lead, at least. I don't have the definite answer now, but it is a good lead for sure.
Is there a last question? If not, then we should thank Damien once more. And I should now like to introduce our final speaker, Dr. Piret Voolaid, a very important person in the Estonian Literature Museum and the folklore department within that museum. Piret.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will speak today about the representations of the autumn years and the elderly in Estonian proverbs, and about the proverbs in the service of cultural gerontology. So cultural gerontology has emerged in the last decades as one of the most lively and insightful areas of academic analysis, drawing together across the humanities and social sciences. It has changed the ways in which we study later years, challenging old stereotypes, introducing new theories and new methodologies. Proverbs, which are used in everyday speech and language, is one of the folklore genres that is built on stereotypes, often reflecting radical views and attitudes. An important way to study proverbs is to observe the proverb use of the elderly and compare it against that of the other age groups in the society. And the previous studies have centered on proverbs about old age and aging. For example, Johan Zhang has argued in 2021 that exploring proverbs in general and proverbs about old age and aging in particular helps us understand the essence of concrete particular culture. And of course, interpretation of proverbs can also change during aging. The aim of my presentation is to analyze the attitudes towards old people and aging in Estonian proverbs based on the archived material collected over a long period in time. It means from the proverbial expressions collected in the second half of the 19th century to the present day. And I will explore how and using which metaphors are old people and aging, but also the norms and moral ideas related to the elderly represented in proverbs. And I will also try to categorize Estonian proverbs about old people and aging according to content or theme. And such an approach allows to elevate proverbs to the status of a research object in cultural gerontology and provide additional interdisciplinary cultural scientific value in gerontology, which was initially a subfield of biology. And I will focus on analyzing a specific segment of Estonian material. The older Estonian material comes from the fundamental publication on Estonian proverbs, the 5-volume academic anthology Estonian Proverbs, which contains 15,140 proverb types, different proverb types, and it was which was published in 90s, from 1980. From 1980 to 1988, and which is also accessible at the online database Proverbs. And the volumes are based on the proverb corpus of Estonian folklore archives, which includes approximately 160,000 different proverbs. And consist of material collected from the second half of 19th century up to 60s, when this compiling of academic publication was started. So the finished material in 60s, with 60s. It is collected very differently. Part of them were recorded by folklorists who collected them during fieldwork using oral questionnaires, but they were also sent by correspondence, as well as through public appeals in newspapers to collect folklore. And in addition, folklore material was also included in academic publications. Newer Estonian comparative material is taken from the proverb files of the academic archives of the Department of Folkloristics at the Estonian Literary Museum, which also contain material retrieved from the internet, such as the social media, advertisements, photos from urban places, etc. And the number of the proverbs, Estonian proverbs on aging and old people is truly significant, exceeding 300 in various associations of usage. Proverbs about aging and the elderly can be categorized according to content and attitudes. The thematic categories based on content include, for example, eight general ones you can see in the slide. For example, human lifespan and its duration. Secondly, the conditionality of youth and old age. The opposition of the young and the old in different ways. And fifth, an old person is resilient, weak, impetuous, or an old person becomes demented and childlike. And also, old people deserve respect. And finally, denial of old age. The first content category highlights human lifespan and its duration. Here we encounter general truths that could be categorized as truisms. This includes claims that are obvious or self-evident, such as years bring age, or time will take you toward the grave or death, or an old thing will never be again, but a young one will get old. And occasionally such proverbial wisdom in its pessimistic tonality sounds like an inevitability, a major life truth. And there are three major pivotal events in human life: birth, marriage, and death. The proverbs in this category define specific life achievements that should be met by a certain age. Otherwise, they will never be met. For example, a person is seen 3 times: when she is born, when she becomes a bride or a groom, and when she dies. And the second category converges around the conditionality of youth and old age. Youth is seen as a period of sowing seeds, gathering and learning things. In youth, to be able to draw from that in old age. And two important tendencies are revealed in the use of proverbs. On the one hand, proverbs are seen as cautionary instructions in life, On the other hand, they are useful for summing up certain situation in hindsight and for confirmation. This philosophical category, however, conflicts with the contemporary idea of lifelong learning. And we can see here also the use of animal metaphors connected with age and aging, puppies versus old dog, foal versus horse. For example, the third category is based on the opposition of the young and the old, mostly in the meaning that a young person is strong, healthy, resilient, agile, fiery, beautiful, etc., while an old person is feeble and sickly, and old age is cheerless. In this category, youth is obviously idealized. And the fourth category tells us about the opposition of the young and the old. In contrast to the previous category, a young person is foolish and unskilled, while an old person is experienced and wise. And the following proverbs are part of this category. For example, an old dog doesn't bark lies, or a young man is 7 times behind compared to an old man. And also the proverb, it's a struggle to grow old, but life is good in old age. What was mentioned in the title of my paper also belongs to this category and refers to the fact that an old person has no obligation to work or keep a job. And the proverb, however, is very intriguing because archive material reveals that folklore collectors have added context descriptions to it, and many refute the proverb or informants. So, for example, it's a struggle to grow old, but life is good in old age, and such addition, this is nonsense, old age is miserable. Or it's a struggle to grow old, but it's good to be old. Old people, especially those of poor health, wondered whether it was said as a mockery or whatever, whether in those farms where the son took over the farmstead, the parents indeed had an easy life. Or when you get old, people say that it's a struggle to grow old, but life is good in old age. No, it's not. So such kind of contextual additions are very interesting. And here I would like to, the fifth category conveys the idea that an old person is resilient, wicked and impetuous. For example, an old bone is sturdier. An old person is clever, experienced, knows how to deflect threats, enjoy good things, and so on. For example, old bear, clever mind. An old fox doesn't fall in the trap, and so on. And here I would like to draw your attention to a very popular proverb in Estonian language. Old horses also still eat oats. Vanad hobused söövad ka veel kaeru, tahavad ka kaeru, which is frequently used in the contemporary media nowadays. And we know that the proverb in its most general meaning, namely that old age should not mean giving up what is good in life. An elderly person can also enjoy life and live it to the fullest. This is very much in line with today's trend of vital aging, and vitality is primarily seen as the joy de vivre of older people, which is prerequisite of higher life expectancy. And fewer than 10 proverbs are included in a sixth subcategory, which refers to old people who become demented or childlike. For example, an old person's head is like that on a wooden idol, or the mind of an old person is like a goat's fart, or so on. And a number of proverbs demand respect for the elderly. Honour the grey-haired, it means honour the grey-haired and don't lie to an old one. For example, it is not considered appropriate to ridicule or laugh at neither old people nor children. Who are the more fragile and vulnerable are groups in the society. So you must not mock an old man, for you'll be old yourself once. You must not tease a child, for you were young yourself once. And often the word exists in combinations. For example, vana, Estonian old, with hall pea or grey-haired. Grey hair is the crown of old age, or honor the grey-haired, both a balding one. The stereotypicality embedded in the proverb allows us to observe societal attitudes towards aging and examine whether and how perceptions about aging have been established or changed over time. And the category about the denial of old age, a person is never old, is very much in tune with modern life. For example, the devil is old in hell, a man is not old, or do things fast and walk fast, then no one will know that you are old. And old people aging are also mentioned in contemporary expressions, which, although not found in archive documents, are inactive on contemporary use, online and in the media. One of the parameters is a set phrase, a person is old when, or once you are getting old when, and some other condition is met. It is characteristic of humankind to demand to know at what age exactly is a person old. When does the old age begin? This boundary has varied in different times, depending on a range of sociocultural factors. Since this kind of precise stating often leads to a dead end, folklore provides a number of ways to estimate when a person has reached a certain age. These are mostly humorous, but sometimes also popular philosophical expressions. Such definitions of old age often circulate as part of memes. Yeah. Internet memes, a very vibrant form of internet humor. For example, a very modern approach can be found in the saying, a person is old, when they hear a phone notification while falling asleep in bed at night, but leave checking it until the morning. And sometimes such sayings are attributed to a specific author. For example, an interview with popular Estonian actress Merle Palmiste was laced with these proverbial words of wisdom. You are old when you spend more money on medicines than champagne. But of course, you never know, was she the author, or she borrowed some knowledge earlier. So, and time for conclusions. Different aspects of elderliness have historically been and continue to be present in the Estonian society, and this is also reflected in the abundant proverbial material. As we could see from these mentioned categories, proverbs related to old people and aging represent established cultural stereotypes or attitudes that are fraught with controversy and ambivalence. On the one hand, we can see a lot of negative stereotypes, vulnerability, and needs of elderly people, portraying them as a passive and non-autonomous societal group. This stereotype is deeply ingrained also in some of the proverbs discussed here. For example, the young are capable of learning and acquiring new things, or keeping pace with the change. But fortunately, there are even more proverbs which reflect a highly positive attitude towards the elderly. Old people deserve respect and are full-fledged members of the society. The other extreme is the approach of active aging, which sees the solution in old people acting young. For balance, it is of utmost importance to learn more about the resources of agency, coping and resilience among elderly people in a nuanced way. For that, proverbial expression should be regarded in the contextual complexity, and the meanings of usage need to be documented. Unfortunately, the archive material does not always support the knowledge about who, how, when, and in which context have used a specific proverb. So, on the one hand, the general proverbial perspective on aging is a useful tool in contemporary cultural gerontology, which focuses on norms, values, practices, and moral ideas related to older age. But on the other hand, however, we can pay attention to the contextual parameters when trying to find the meaning of a specific proverb text. The main argument in studies analyzing the meaning of proverb is that meaning is manifested in the context of usage, as many times already today has said. And already in 1970s, the leading Estonian paremiologist Arvo Krikman wrote in this regard about the semantic indefiniteness of proverbs that results from their polysituativity, polyfunctionality, and polysemanticity. Thank you very much for your attention. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Piret. I wonder if there's any questions or comments. Please. The microphone is heading your way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A light question. Would you say in Estonia the way people see age has changed in the last generations? Has
yes,
it lightened up?
I think at least in media or such kind public understanding. Yeah, and I think that it's not in Estonia. It's very universal, and it much more goes to denial of aging and. No, you're never old, actually. This understanding is very common, and I would say also understanding echoes in one nice saying which wasn't here now in slides, but reminds me now For example, 40s are new 30s, 50s are new 40s, 60s are new 50s. So, I think that everybody knows it also. This is not only in Estonian, but I think that it's quite common.
Did the proverbs change?
As you saw, this new one, they came, and also I would say some old proverbs are used now in different context, also a little bit. They are now in opposite meaning. For example, I can't say example, but still. Yeah, thank you for questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting. My question is actually on metaphorical naming of elder people. I have heard some different expressions. Could you recall what are all those? I took out dogs and foxes and horses.
Yeah, exactly.
Are there some other names besides animals?
Animals are very common. I would say that, thank you for this question. The common word or core word in these proverbs is vana, which is old, and it can be as a noun, where vana is the old person, just, the straight meaning. But indeed, it's very interesting that it is function as an adjective in these animal metaphors. And in this material, exactly, they were used very much. Old dog, old horse, old Billy, old goat, and so on and so on. This was very interesting for me. And also this gray hair, which is also, if we take contemporary times, so you don't need to be gray anymore for be old. So, and sometimes it's very fashionable to be gray in teenager way. So again, it's very relative, actually. Proverbs are not the last truth, but still they are telling us very much about these stereotypes. And we had such a project about this elderness, and I proposed to watch our proverbs within this project and in the frame of this. And we are in the very beginning, but I think that it's very promisable topic nowadays. Thank you, Sasha.
Okay, I have a question. So I was fascinated by these examples of informants saying a proverb and say, oh, no, that's not right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have you come across them in the archive for other topics other than old age?
Not too much. I didn't manage to do it too much, but indeed some examples I gave here also. But how they deny now, no, it's not truth. It's not so. But I think that we have to see more, because I took only this type. Representative texts of types, and without context, basically only few I managed to look for context. But what I can say about Estonian archival proverbs, basically until 60s there is no context. We have huge number of proverbs, 160,000, but only some collectors have had it, the context. But we can see such kind contextual explanations already in material which was collected in 70s, in 80s. And of course, nowadays we can already record it if we see in internet proverbs, so we can get also the context at once. Yeah.
Great. Thanks again, Piret. And I'd like to call forth all the previous speakers to the front, please. Thank you again, Piret.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Feira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, o local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de moluscos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cieirinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Eyes were soft as the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. Oh,
roads, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher, and I can't help. My body's burning, my darling. Please let me free.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim, que era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É a ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Olho na novela, o outro na panela.
Tudo bem? Marlena? Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Well,
Welcome.
We've got a nice autumn today, a little bit sunny. So can you hear me okay?
Yes, we are okay. Everybody waiting
Yeah.
for your
Yeah.
message.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So
For
you will
your
enable me to
presentation.
share, probably, because I prepared the PowerPoint. So host disabled participant screen sharing. So you are going to enable me to participate.
Okay, we're waiting. We are a few minutes.
Thank you very
for
much.
it.
You're very kind.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Down the cam. Down your cam. Marcelina, hello.
Yes, Rui,
If it's
hello.
possible,
Hello. Yeah,
down
I'm at the university.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down the cam, please.
Yeah, everything is okay. I am only waiting
Okay,
to
you can share
enable
your
me.
presentation.
Yes, I've prepared it. So if you, because now when I press.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. You've made it possible. Okay. Can you see it?
¿La estamos viendo? Yep.
Okay. Now I'm making it a little bit bigger. So, yes. Can you see it now? Much bigger.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let's begin this section. And the first speaker for this section is Maslina Ljubicic. Are you here, my dear? We are familiar from 2019 because she got very amazing photo of me and sent to me after the conference. And that's why...
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the photo again. So, Maslina is a distinguished professor in the Department of Italian Studies at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences in Zagreb. She has published 2 books, Studies on Translation, Loan Words and False Pairs, Croatian, Italian, and Linguistic Mediation, and over 70 research papers in Croatian and foreign publications. She was the head of the projects Contrastive Analysis of Croatian and Italian and Croatian in the Contact and Contrast. Actually, she is heading the project Croatian and Italian Linguistic Contexts, Standard Language and Dialects from 2005 and 2016. She was a collaborator of the international project of widespread idioms in Europe and beyond Germany. Since 2002, she has been the editor-in-chief of the journal Stadia Romanica et Anglica Zagrabiensia. She is a member of International Association of Permeology. Please, you're welcome. You may begin.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you for this nice presentation. I would like to greet everybody from my colleagues in Tavira, and I'm going to start now. So, trinomial expressions are sequences of 3 elements of the same grammatical rank and syntactic function. They are linked by coordinating conjunctions or prepositions and include also a smaller number of asymptotic constructions, for example, Julius Caesar's Veni, Vidi, Vici. Since they are very expressive, they tend to be used in mottos, popular sayings, and proverbs. Actually, the principle of omne bonum trinum, in English, all good things come in threes, a rhetorical principle from the antique, it is reflected in the rule of 3 in writing that suggests that tripartite divisions in present subjects, problems, or solutions are more effective and humorous. The aim of this paper is to analyze coordinate trinomial expressions with the lexeme woman in proverbs and sayings, their semantic dimension and structure. Here are...
Maslina, could you
Yes.
make your camera lower? Because, we want to see your face fully. Okay? Yeah.
I thought
great.
down. I thought that I should turn down. So that was why I was constantly. Okay. Yeah. I am at the university. This is my studio. So the Aesop's fable about the walnut tree is found to be the base of a Latin proverb. Nux asinus mulier simini sunt lege ligata, hic tria nil recte faciunt, si verbera cessant. A nut, an ass, and a woman are bound by the same law. These 3 do nothing right if the beating cease. In the first verse line of the couplet, there is a trinomial with the noun mulier, woman. The walnut tree is one of Aesop's fables that later served as a base for a misogynistic proverb. It encourages the violence against walnut trees, asses, and women. In Renaissance times, the fable was taken up by the compilers of emblem books, starting with the originator of this genre, Andrea Alciato. So you can see this illustration made by Alciato. Aesop's fable had served as basis for an independent version by Laurentius Abstemius in his work published in 1490, De Nuce Asino et Muliere. And he describes how a woman asked the abused tree why it was so foolish as to give more and better nuts when struck by more and stronger blows. The tree replied, "Have you forgotten about the proverb that goes, nut, tree, donkey and woman are bound by a similar law. These three things do nothing right if you stop beating them." The moral that Abstemius draws from it is that people talk too much for their own good. However, this proverb is cited as an example of misogyny. The same misogynistic proverb is widely known in Italian. It is formulated in a leonine verse in which the last word rhymes with a word in the middle of the rhyme. Donne asini e noci voglion le mani atroci. Women, asses, and nuts require tough hands. Also in German, the same content. Weiber, Esel und Nusselbaum. Women, donkeys, and nut trees do not obey unless they are beaten. And the other variant, which means in English, women, donkey, nut, may I say so, never do anything when they are not beaten. Sagen, geschlagen, here we can see, we can hear the rhyme. There's also the English version, a woman, a spaniel, and the walnut tree. The more they are beaten, the better still they be. In Croatian corpus, we find a proverb, English translation, the wife, children, and dog should be beaten and fed. There is a proverb in a Vicenza dialect, Italian dialect, with a binomial, donne e baccalà mai pesta assà. Women and cod fish are never beaten enough. Variability of woman's nature, if you remember Verdi's opera Rigoletto, La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, woman is mobile as a feather in the wind. This idea is often expressed through trinomials. In Spanish, mujer, viento y ventura, presto se muda. Women, wind, and fortune quickly change. And Portuguese too, mulher, vento y ventura, asigna se muda. In French too, femme, fortune et vent, varie souvent. There is a binomial in Italian, donna e vento cambiano ogni momento. In Catalan, temps, donna e fortuna mudan con la luna. Also in Galician, mulher, vento e ventura asigna se mudan. The same idea, and also in German too, the three, drei Dinge ändern sich geschwind, Weib, Glück und Wind. Three things change quickly, woman, luck, and wind. A woman is dangerous to the man. This idea is often expressed through comparisons with the tree and the sea in trinomial expressions. In Italian, donna, fuoco e mare fan l'uomo pericolare. Woman, fire, and sea are full of dangers for men. And the other variant without the article, and the same trinomial in a proverb without a rhyme. Donna, fuoco e mare sono pieni di pericoli, are full of dangers. In Italian dialect from Istria, la donna, il fuoco e il mare ha fatto sempre precipitar. The woman, the fire, and the sea ruined the man. And Italian dialect of Puglia, also mare, femine e fuoche, fusce, quande, più puete. From sea, women and fire escape as much as you can. A similar idea about a woman compared to the sea wave is found in the Italian proverb. It hasn't got the trinomial. La donna è come l'onda, la te solleva o la te fonda. Woman is like the wave. She lifts you or sinks you. The same idea connecting conceptually woman with the sea is expressed in the proverb, donna iraconda, mare senza sponda, an angry woman, a sea without a shore. The proverb that compares a woman with the fire, contain the binomial that rhymes with the last word. Donna e fuoco, toccali poco. Woman and fire don't touch them much. That is the meaning. In the following proverb, quoting among the Italian proverbi marinari, the proverb warns a man of the danger of three things expressed in a trinomial. That is to say, here in yellow, lite, donna e porto. That is to say, quarrel, woman, and port. Three things make a cautious man. Trinomials with the lexeme woman connected in trinomial expressions with fire and sea, expressed also in Croatian proverbs. Oganj, žena I more, ne zna što je gore. Fire, women, and the sea. You don't know which is worse. And with the dialectal form of the verb moći, a third person plural, third person singular, it is then not može, but more, and it makes with this homonym sort of rhyme. Isto su oganj, žena, more, a isto riječi ih vezat nitko ne more. Fire, women, and the sea are the same thing, and no one can connect them with the same word. Also in Croatian, more, oganj I žena, tri najgora zla. The three worst evils, that is to say, the sea, fire, and woman. Here are the German examples. That is, die Frau, das Feuer und das Meer sind drei Übel schwer. Also with the rhyme, three heavy evils. In German also, Weiber, Feuer und Meer sind drei gefährliche Dinge, three dangerous things. The Proverbs with the trinomial woman, fire, sea, translate the old Greek expression used by Aesop. He draws attention to three powerful things, that is pir, ginei, kait halasa, fire, woman, and sea, dinata, tria, three powerful things. And afterwards also Menander, the Greek dramatist, expressed the same idea, connecting the concept of woman, ginei, woman with the sea and the fire. Kalasa kai pir, kai gine, triton kakon, three evil things. Interesting is that women, fire, and dangerous things is the title of the book by cognitive linguist George Lakoff. Here there is a quadrinomial in Italian, il gioco, il lotto, la donna, il fuoco, the game, the lottery, the woman, and the fire are never satisfied with little. But then we find also trinomials. Trinomial in German, Weiber, Glück und Gold, sind alle Narren hold. And also in binomials in German, die Frauen und das Spiel, the women and the game. And then Frauen und den Dukaten Gold, that is to say, sind gar viele Leute hold. Many people are fond of women and ducat gold. In French, femme, argent et vin, ont leur bien et leur venin. A woman, silver and wine have their good and their venom. In German also, Weiber, Geld und Wein haben ihren Honig und ihre Pein, have their honey and their torment. It is this Italian, in Italian it is quoted as a German proverb. Chi non ama le donne, il vino e il canto è solo un matto, non un santo. Anyone who doesn't love women, wine and singing is just a fool, not a saint. And this proverb, chi non ama le donne, il vino e il canto, reminds us of Latin trinomial mulier tabacum et vinum. Omne mundi trinum mulier tabacum et vinum. Everything in the world is triple: woman, tobacco, and wine. That is what I was speaking about last year. In Latin, it is also possible to say summum mundi trinum mulier tabacum vinum, et qui curat de pluribus maximus est asinus. In Croatian, kajkavi and dialect, we have got it in a book by Miroslav Krleža, trojstručni dar od Boga dan su ženska vino i duhan, that is to say woman, wine and tobacco. Kdo z tega hoče ziti van, taj osel je izgubidan. Who wants to go out of that, he is donkey and good for nothing. In Italian, bacco tobacco è venere, riducum l'uomo in cenere. Here, venere stands instead of mulier here. And this couplet actually was a part of a wine song from the first decades of the 18th century. There were these wine associations, and they were also prohibited in territorium of Austro-Hungary in Croatia because everybody drank too much. Not everybody, but many people drank too much. Here are some more proverbs with the lexeme woman in trinomials. The trinomials express three things very precious for the man, and he mustn't lend it to anybody. La moglie, lo schioppo e il cane non si prestano a nessuno. The wife, the gun, and the dog you don't have to lend to anyone. I made a mistake. In Croatian, the same thing actually. A man can show a wife a can and a horse, but not to lend to anybody. And it is possible to express it with a binomial, a little bit different. It is with tobacco, with pipe. Žene i lule ne daju nikome. Do not give women and pipes. But here, the moglie, schioppo, cane, žena, puška, konj, the same thing. There are three things very precious, and there is also difficult choice. It is not easy to make a choice when you have to find a good billhook wife, a billhook or a wife. That is, life by the sea motivates very often the analogy between a wife and an oar. This is veslo, or in the second part of these proverbs, since it is difficult to choose a good one. So u kosiru, u ženi i u veslu mučno je pogodit. That is trinomial. At the same time, the first part of the last proverb is also connected to the agrarian conceptualization, and so is the next one with the binomial wife and the billhook or sides. Both are possible. A good wife and the good billhook are hard to find. An agrarian instrument. Terribly misogynist is the following proverb with the trinomial woman, woman, serpent, and the cat. A woman, a snake, snake and the cat, excuse me, should not be trusted even when they are dead. U ženi, zmiji, mački ne treba vjerovati ni kada su mrtve. With the binomial, the same thing in German. Die Frauen und Katzen sterben nur, wenn man sie auf die Nase schlägt. They only die if you hit them on the nose. It is a little bit similar to what we had before about cats to be beaten. There's now, finally, the same proverb that we find in German and French. Ein Frau, ein Pferd, ein Kuh. The same thing in French. Femme, cheval, vache. In the translation, a woman, a horse, and a cow without spots are yet to be discovered. Or there is no woman, horse, or cow who does not always have some flaw. We can actually conclude that the wisdom that is fixed in Proverbs is sometimes formulated in trinomial expressions that are usually quite humorous. Quite a lot of them can be found in old corpora in various languages. They contain the lexeme woman connected with other elements of trinomials that were expressing in past very frequently misogynic ideas. The majority of such proverbs result from interlingual connections and are obviously spread through translations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your interesting and at the same time amazing presentation. Do we have a question? Okay, Fionnuala once.
Thank you very much. I have looked at some of these, what I call triads and duads, where three things or two things share the same characteristic. I've looked at those in Ireland. They not used anymore really, but till the middle of the last century, they were quite common in both Irish and the English of Ireland. But the main difference between them and the ones you were talking about was that there might be two inanimate or animal objects first, and the last one is human. So they seem to build up to the climax and really what they're about.
Yes.
Although they mentioned three things, the last one's a human, and in the Irish material that there's not rhyme, but it gives a climax. That's the final one that should be most taken account of. Yeah.
Very interesting. And are there among in this corpus, because all these corpora are quite old, and you can see that the ideas don't belong to the present time, but are there women that are mentioned as a climax after two elements of the trinomial triads?
Archer Taylor did a massive study on three things.
Because it is interesting that the climax goes. It can go and stress the idea. Also, here in many of these proverbs that I have found, there is the rhyme. And this leonine rhyme, that middle of a verse and end of the verse, not two verses. And woman can be seen in different. In here, for example, Organgen amore, fire, women, and the sea, or fire, women, and sea, or sea, fire, and woman. That would be the climactic one you are talking about. But obviously, in this kind, they are mixed up, not the climactic element with a human figure in this triad, in this system is present. But obviously they belong, as you have told us, to the past time. And here these are, quite a lot of them are, yes, humorous, but quite a lot are misogynistic. There are also some binomials. Donne e sardine son belle piccinine. That is, women and sardines are nice when they are little. It can be also found, but usually we've got this like codfish and woman, that are these ideas of beating as the ideas of beating at the end this walnut and also cats also with many other animals. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I will be glad if you have got some connection, some link to these Irish proverbs. Maybe I find also the mention of woman. It is in a trinomial. It could be also.
Okay, Oti, please.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Marcelina, my comment is not about the women, but it came to my mind about this binomial, trinomial. First, I thought that is there some about four?
Yes, quadrinomial.
Anyway,
il gioco, il lotto, la donna, il fuoco.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought about those. Nowadays, we have those newspaper, those in internet titles. How we are said that you must click here, and very often the titles are like this. There are lists. There are 3 things you must go and see more, and always like that. That those there are impulses to look more, to make this interest in things. There are more and more these kind of lists. Have you noticed? Have you other people noticed that?
It is very present. Only I've chosen with the leximal woman, but there is a so-called, I've mentioned it somewhere here, the rule of 3 writing. And here it can go in the direction of climatic, or it can go in order to have 3 elements, because psychologically it has been proven that our mind accepts better when something is tripartite. Then let us say 6 or 2, but 3 would be the completion. And it is what we find in so many titles, without, of course, women, but other, and also in the construction of texts. Also, we've got introduction, then examples, then conclusion. That is how our mind functions, and it is called the rule of 3 in writing. On different levels, and this is the smallest level, 3, for example, 3 words, but also expressions can be much longer, and of course in titles and veni vidi vici and mottos and different sayings. For example, what is the motto of for example, many sports events. I'm writing a little article about these tripartite expressions that are very important. See, here I've chosen just these proverbs and limited to this lexeme with women. So it is really this very, very important to have this principle of omne bonum trium, and principle of three rule in writing. three in titles, three in division of text, three in our way of thinking. You have, thank you very much. You have noted
Thank
very
you,
well.
Maslina. Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
will hope next time we will meet you face to face. Okay, we'll move to the next speaker. I would love to ask. Yeah. Thank you, Maslina. Okay, next speaker is Rok Mervic from Institute of Slovenian Ethnology. Okay.
Hello, Maslina. Okay. Dear friends, it is the 16th year we are organizing this. And during the previous colloquia, we avoid to change the communications unless in case of major force. I think that is a question of respect for the others. Of course, that always there are some changes, but all of you, even the new ones participants, knows that we ask in time which is the best day and the best hour to give us alternatives to make the final program. And we understand, and please understand my position, the position of the organization, to receive the answers from most of persons, and after to make some kind of play, moving this to this place and so on. As I said before, in the last minute it can occur something, and we try to solve these questions. During our colloquia, always here in the room, when people is coming to Tavira and stay here, it's easier because we ask this person if change for you is some kind of internal decision. But now, when you deliver the program, after this kind of consultations for everybody, of course that in New Zealand, United States, or in Zimbabwe, or whatever, people are ready to look for the program that you send on internet, just to choose, according with their private life, the best moments to look for this or for this presentation. So, although all of us, namely those that are closer of the organization, every way and every time we try to solve the problem. But in the last minute, I think that it is a little difficult to change, because if someone doesn't reply to our question, and all of you knows that in the program, usually when we have some kind of doubts, we put those persons in last, because of course, if it is by the end of the day, if people is not coming, that's okay, we are free earlier. But to move from one place to another, when people doesn't reply to our question, and it is on the place, in this case in Tavira, I cannot decide in a very strict way. But anyway, I think that for today, rock is missing. It's a problem from last minute. And another participant from Angola, I don't know nothing about he is coming or not. So the two next presentations are missing. Mafela and our colleague from Uzbekistan have this problem to move from one to another. If they are ready just to present on these times, I can ask our colleague Harald, who is Harald, and Isabella, if they can take the place of these two persons. Is one exception, and excuse me, but I think that for the future, no more exceptions. Only those that are organizing this and have organizing in their universities conferences like that knows how does it cost. And I'm not sure, but I can risk telling that maybe a less number of conferences around the world can ask participants to choose the day and the hour to present their communication. For that reason, Harald is not here, so it is very difficult to ask Harald and Isabella to occupy this. Mafela also is not able in time just to present this. Can you suggest something? I think that I apologize, and of course there are one possible solution, and that solution is that people can leave to the technicians the PowerPoint. We can present the PowerPoint, and maybe with some few instructions, other colleague from us can present the communication of that person. What do you think, please?
To have speech here right now? Yeah, last one for today.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah? Do you agree? Okay. But remember, please, we try to avoid for the future this kind of changes. Thank you.
Okay, Valida Madyarova, National University of Uzbekistan. I'm very delighted that I am announcing her. And she is a PhD student in philology, and we hope that in recent days or recent months she will finish her work and defend it. Thank you. You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. And, okay, the next slide, please. Oh.
Yeah, we may say archaic words in the context of English and Uzbek proverbs. It's your PhD dissertation topic too.
Yes. The language of Proverbs is one of the unique sources that preserves the constituents. And nowadays, our problem is archaic words in the context of Proverbs. We know that Proverbs are studied in terms of different kinds of branches, such as linguistics, phraseology, sociology, and etc. So there appears the question, why? Why should we study the archaic words in the structure of Proverbs? The archaic elements in the contexts of Proverbs are important linguistic units that needs further analysis because of several determining factors. First of all, comprehending archaic words and phrases demands further knowledge from people, because this vocabulary doesn't belong to everyday language use. People don't use these words in their daily language, and that is why readers can come across difficulties in understanding their core meaning. Besides that, some archaic words in the structure of Proverbs have different meanings in modern language and different meanings in old language. Therefore, it's easy to misunderstand or misinterpret these kind of words in the structure of Proverbs. Therefore, to collect and to analyze at the same time to preserve this kind of proverbs containing archaic words is very important nowadays. Before analyzing these proverbs, we tried to clarify what kind of types of old vocabulary exist in Uzbek and English languages. So you can see from these slides, in English linguistics, there are 3 types of old vocabulary: archaic words, historical words, and obsolete words. However, it's different in Uzbek language. We have only archaisms and historicisms. However, their description is the same. For example, archaic words and archaisms mean if the word and the object still exists in the language, but it's used with its modern synonym, it's an archaism. For example, the word a gun was used in the past. Now we use a go instead of this word. The concept and the object still exist in the language. Or a right in the past, right. We still use them. In Uzbek language, for example, the word ulus means people. Now we use the word halk instead of ulus. Or bitik, it's an inscription. We use yozu right now. But anyways, the old version, modern version, and the meaning still exist in the language. These are archaic words. What about historical words or historicisms? These words mean that if the object is out of date, then the word also becomes out of date. Maybe it can be used, but very rarely. For example, anvil, it's a type of iron which was used in the past to form metals by hammering. But right now, these days, people don't use this object, and the word anvil is also out of use. So it's called historicisms. Or crossbow. Crossbow is a type of weapon. It was used in the wars, but the object and the word itself becomes old, and it is out of use. In Uzbek language, for example, pakar, it's a type of currency, and oshak, it's a game. These words exist in the past, but right now we don't use them inactively. What about obsolete words? These are words which belong to fossil layer. People don't use, don't hear. Even we need specialists to know what these words mean. For example, here, jar goggle, to confuse, can't, laugh loudly, and hodgy peak, to express full. So these words exist in proverbs, in Uzbek and English proverbs. Next, so what kind of functions do archaic words do in the context of proverbs? Of course, their main function is exaggerating the meaning, to add something again and again, then providing rhyme, to make it sound slightly more loudly to the ear, and besides that, to add some kind of old-fashioned spirit to the proverb. Besides that, to increase impressiveness, to make memorable for the people, for the reader, and the last one is providing a comic style. This is the last cases. Next. Let's look through some examples. As could be an adult egg as an idle bird. So the word adult is an archaic word. It has different meanings in modern use and in old use. In the past, it was used to express rotten, spoiled, out of use, not edible. Especially it's used for describing eggs. But right now, it's used in most cases not to think properly, to misunderstand something. But in the context, its archaic meaning dominates. So this proverb can be interpreted in two ways. A person who is inactive or lazy or doesn't work is as much useless as a rotten egg. Or adult egg expresses an egg that is no longer good to eat or spoiled, so an idle bird lays no eggs, so these are equal to each other. In Uzbek language, it has its own equivalent. Amali yo'q odamdan, tuxumi yo'q tovuq yaxshi. Let me translate it word by word. A hen without eggs is better than a person without a profession. So this proverb is used to motivate people work harder to do something more and more, not to stop trying in this kind of meanings. Next, do unto others as you would do, as you would, they should do unto you. Here, the grammatical archaism is used. Unto is equal to undo. So it means just behave to other people if you want to behave them in the way you want to behave them to yourself. Next. There is many a good tune played on an old fiddle. Fiddle is an archaic word which was used to express a violin. So from this example, we can see that the former police officer, nearly in her 80s, managed to wrestle the culprit to the ground and subdue him until officers proper arrived. It's true what they say. There is many a good tune played on an old fiddle. So it means that even in an old age, people are still capable of doing something, doing great creative things, and doing great physical feats. So someone's abilities do not depend on their age. Next. When in doubt, do naught. Naught, it's nothing. Archaic word. It's, for example, I am in a difficult situation. I'm hesitating to invest my money for this business. What if I lose all of my money? So someone advises, if you have doubt, don't invest your own money. They say, when in doubt, do not. So it means that when you face some kind of difficulties, it's better not to take unnecessary risks. Now let's move on. Uzbek proverbs containing archaic words. Echki yugurib lang bo'lmas. This proverb contains archaic word lang. The archaic meaning of this word is lame. Lame means someone who is not able to walk without difficulty because of the injury or illness affecting the leg or foot. And here it says that a goat doesn't become lame just because it runs. So its core meaning is that no matter how hard a person works, he doesn't suffer. In this proverbs, archaic word served to increase impressiveness. Next. Amr padar ashtan ala. Padar is archaic word for father. So the order of father is more important than everything, which means the father's words, order, command is shown to be greater than the throne, and the children are told to do what the father says. Aqrabning muddaosi nish urmoqdir. Aqrab, it's an archaic word for scorpion. The word-by-word translation of this word is, the intention of a scorpion is to sting. The scorpion is a symbolic object which is used as a symbol of negative people. In most Uzbek folklore genres, especially in Proverbs, it's used in a negative way. In this proverb, it is said that the purpose of a scorpion is to harm, that's to sting. And so a bad person will do his bad deeds anyway. So do not expect anything good from them. The archaic word serves here as a means of exaggeration. Arzon beillat emas, qimmat behikmat emas. Beillat, the archaic word here means without defect. So in this proverb, it is said that the reason why the price of a thing, a piece of clothing, is cheap may be that it has some kind of defect. And the reason why an expensive thing is expensive is also related to its spatial feature. And therefore, it means that you shouldn't buy everything, clothing or goods, because it's cheap. And cheap things aren't always of good quality. In these proverbs, archaic words serve to provide an inner rhyme in Uzbek language. And understanding and interpreting certain proverbs aren't easy task. Of course, it demands further effort, cultural knowledge, and a lot of time. And I humbly say that we are trying to collect and preserve the endangered proverbs, especially the proverbs which contain archaic vocabulary. And as a result of our research, we managed to publish the first part of our research, the Dictionary of Uzbek Proverbs containing archaisms with explanation in Uzbek and English. And our next step is to collect the English proverbs containing archaic words. And we hope that in the implementation of this task, the place of IAP is priceless because it's the heart of parameological studies. In conclusion, I should say that sources of folklore, in particular proverbs, are a rich treasure that embodies the wisdom and knowledge of peoples, nations, based on the life experiences, the teachings of their ancestors. And national proverbs preserve long-term lexical materials that have been passed down from generation to generation. And there are many cases of archaic elements in their texts. And it causes certain difficulties in the process of translating them into different languages. So sometimes the current meaning of the archaic words in the structure of Proverbs is different from its archaic meaning, and this leads to the further studies. And in most cases, archaic words serve for making the proverb, adding the proverb more exaggeration, providing rhyme, portraying a sense of old-fashioned things, increasing impressiveness, and providing a comic style. So we want to try to further analyze, to further study these kind of proverbs for passing them to the next generations. Thank you for your attention.
Valida, thank you for a very detailed speech. Maybe there are several questions. Have you got? If you have? Yeah. It's your first time. That's why she's
I'm
so
so
nervous.
excited.
Yeah. Please. Out to you.
Thank you. Your name was
Valida.
Valida. So valid. I think that it was interesting. This you had this function of archaic words in Proverbs. So it is kind of answer to Damien's question. We had those proverbs with kind of new words and old words, and we can ask that maybe there is some function with those old-fashioned, old words, archaic words. And that's the reason why we want to use them still.
So we know that as days passes, the words in the context of Proverbs can change. It's up to the people's different lifestyles and different other external factors. And in this period, some words still exist because of their functions. but it's true that their functions isn't stable. They change. For example, in the past, maybe they were used to express exaggeration, but later, till nowadays, it will change. Maybe in the future, its function also will change. So it's up to different external factors.
Yes, I understand, of course, that the function of the words, but the function of those archived words in general, that we want to use them, although they have changed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Lisa wants to get the question. And I do hope that you get acquainted several Uzbek proverbs, which are very interesting.
Yeah, now it looks like normal Tavira conference. Oti and I are always asking and commenting, but never mind. Actually, it is also the way, as I said, many Finnish proverbs has been changed to archive language during the nationalistic time in 19th century, when we wanted to show out how old culture we have. So, and then it went on in the 20th century, when we wanted to show back to the old times. The Kalevala meter was used in proverbs, even it has not been used in 1,000-year normal language. So, and it has to do with the Herdes idea of what is important and like that. But it is also not only so that those archive proverbs tells us something, but we also want to show something with them.
Yeah.
This was just an idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alida. It's very, good job. I mean, to identify the functions of archaic words. I mean, they were not archaic when they were appeared in the content of Proverbs, maybe many years ago. But right now we consider them archaic, and they can help sometimes to make sarcastic sense, or to exaggerate, or to criticize. You see, so that's why. Yeah, thank you, Alida. Again,
Thank you.
You're always welcome to this association. And we will call Harold Alland and Isabella Dixon. They are ready, yeah? Please. Just let me find. Okay, Isabella Dixon is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Humanities at Kozlane University of Technology, Poland. She has taught at tertiary level as a teacher, trainer, and lecturer since 1996. Her specialization and interests revolve around the linguocultural studies, and has published in the area of cognitive linguistics, cognitive metaphors and blends, image schemas, ethnolinguistics, phraseology and paremiology, as well as political discourse. Harold Alland, born in 1948, associate professor, University of Bergen, Norway. Academic degree is Doctor in Art. Academic position, associate professor in French linguistics at the University of Bergen, lecturer in French, research fellow, and at the same time, terminologist. You're welcome, dears.
Thank you. Okay, I don't even know how to start, because it's our first performance here in front of you. In 2 years, 3 years' time, really. So anyway, we would like to say a big hello to everyone, and thanks for being here, and for the circumstances to be the right ones. It has been a splendid day today, because we've had a lot of papers which were, in a sense, we see it, or I see it, as the paper related to what we've been doing. And the most exciting thing about our text that we're going to loosely present today because of the time restrictions and so on, a lot of little things that relate to our work. And the exciting thing is really that we noticed yesterday something that contributed also to the development of the intriguiness of the topic. So anyway, I'll be speaking as briefly as I can, and then Harold might be able to extend a little bit or expand a little bit on certain sections of the paper. So this is the topic of the presentation, which we have found thanks to the inspiration in British politics. And it very quickly reverted to American politics as well, so it's quite interesting in that sense. So the British politics have been really very dynamic in the recent months. I don't know if the British people can, or the people who are somehow related to the British problems and can relate to, would probably agree with me that it is a very interesting time. But the inspiration for our talk was really this man who stated, who actually submitted his resignation to the House in the House of Commons on the 6th of July, 2022, actually saying to Boris Johnson and his government that enough is enough when it comes to the integrity and so on. And we thought that this would be a very good topic to follow. And we did. So what did we get? So Sajid Javid made this breaking news, and when we started to explore how many politicians actually use this enough is enough, we have found enough interesting examples. For example, we got as far as Bernie Sanders, who is illustrating this presentation. So what we found out about the phrase in general, enough is enough, we realized that it is a very productive proverb used in other political contexts. For example, it was utilized by Bernie Sanders in 2015, so that was the presidential campaign of 2016. And he used this phrase rather a lot. Actually, he used it so much that a song was dedicated to Bernie Sanders. So he was basically saying enough is enough to criticize the insatiable greed of, among others, pharmaceutical companies, and he was proposing this revolution. We need a political revolution, he said. Enough is enough, and that is part of one of his tweets. He actually, so here we have the time reference to one of his to one of the speeches that he made, and we have a couple of tweets here, which very strong, as you can see, both the notions that he uses in his in his addresses, and I was quite astonished to actually find out that he was criticizing the Pfizer company so many years ago, because we're not as familiar with the American politics as we are with the British. So it was quite interesting. And as I said, we noticed that on Spotify on March the 8th of 2016, an artist, Bradley Palermo, published a song or uploaded a song dedicated to Bernie Sanders, where the refrain actually says enough is enough, and all those grievances and all those all this anger is against the social injustices is very well versed in that song. So enough is enough, and political action. A very interesting development actually started in the United Kingdom. In the summer, after we had submitted our abstract to this Parmeological conference. So what happened? That out of the blue, there is this big movement in Britain with quite a few rallies that have taken place all over Britain by now. Since August of this year, so we have Enough is Enough, and this is a title of one of the newspaper articles, the UK Workers' Campaign that pulled in Bernie Sanders, and he indeed sanctioned that, he made a very nice, he tweeted the movement administrators, or he actually expressed very vividly his support of the movement, and he said, enough is enough. In the US and across the world, working people are fighting back. They are sick and tired of seeing the rich getting richer while workers fall further and further behind. We stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the UK, and that really made big news in British newspapers. So enough is enough, and the UK's workers campaigned that pulled Bernie Sanders. And just a few snippets from this campaign that has been going on. So we have Bernie's tweet on the 17th of August. And this is the first, I think, big rally that started with, I think, round about the rail strike in Britain. And then we have Mike Lynch, also obviously being one of the front faces of that campaign. And we read here that what this movement is about is giving a voice to workers, and let's be clear about what we mean, and so on and so on. And he then says enough is the whole working class community. So this company, as I said, is having a big following. More and more people join the campaign, and more rallies take place. We had several of the, we have some of the proposals here on this leaflet, and I don't want to go into great detail because I don't want really to take too much time on, to spend too much time on this one. And a very interesting parallel was discovered by Harald yesterday. When we were heading for lunch, we found this poster, and this is something that we hope to expand upon later in our research, but we were wondering whether there is a proverb in the Portuguese language just to pay tribute to the organizers and the organizing country. And it was really very surprising to us that this slogan, this enough is enough, in its Portuguese version, actually found way into the Portuguese politics. You can see that on the top left-hand corner, you have Bloco de Esquerda, which I believe is Bloc the Right. And then we have on the right top-hand corner, we have the left, and so on. So it is, I would say, a strong correlate of the UK movement, isn't it? So it's really exciting that we actually found it yesterday. So I don't want to go into details. It's something we would like to investigate further, how it works in Portuguese politics and how it develops. Also, very recently, because that was just one news that occurred to us in October, that we noticed that Joe Biden actually used enough is enough, which is an interesting variant. I suppose Joe Biden is good colleagues with Bernie Sanders, and I don't know whether they have somehow correlated that. I have no idea. But we think that it's really exciting that we have this enough is enough. And unfortunately, we didn't find the enough is enough. So we think that enough is enough. Sorry. So, as I said, recently this enough is enough has been used in the context of a Pelosi attack. And Biden actually says that in one of the interviews when he talks about the how much we should be united against violence in politics and so on. So other enough is enough movements, organizations, campaigns. Actually, there are so many of them that we only decided to put in a few. But it is very interesting that enough is enough has this slogan-like ring to it, and that refers to whatever Damien was saying today, that this proverb actually has got so many features of what he mentioned today. It is very pronounceable. It's slogan-like. It's brief. It's condensed. It's got very, very many interesting attributes, I would say. So it is not surprising that it actually has been found quite attractive and expressive for a number of organizations against violence, racism, pornography, climate change, unsustainable economy, and many, many others. So just to give you a list of some of the organizations, that's really not many, is against, anti-pornography movement, then a UK campaign against the cost of living crisis, and then we have, which one is that? So against promoting violence. And the one highlighted with yellow, we find really interesting. I have to spend some time perhaps with Harald to investigate why this particular organization tried to put a trademark on that very phrase, the enough is enough. And we haven't got a single trademark, but 3 trademarks. How can you put a registered mark on something that is in public domain, like a proverb? So that is really interesting. Just to acquaint you with some of the logotypes of various movements and organizations, we have here a film, and there's a corresponding book to Enough is Enough, and this is about this sustainable economy. Quite an interesting material, worth consulting. Then we have the organization that promotes peace and advocates the reduction of violence. We have Making the Internet Safer for Children and Families, again, Students' Union as well, and Black Lives Matter, also Enough is Enough. So it is a very, very meaningful slogan. A little bit about Enough is Enough and its origin and meaning, so quickly. We consulted a number of dictionaries, and we think that a couple of dictionaries stand out when it comes to the detail in which they actually give account on the origin of the proverb and its meaning. So there are a lot of related proverbs, like the one from the Roman times. One of the key points is that apparently John Hayward included this in a dialogue containing the proverbs in the English tongue, so as early as 1546. And then it has been found in various languages. Apparently it has been recorded, and it has been found in quite a few texts later on. This is quite an interesting entry from the Oxford Dictionary of Proverbs, which was edited by Jennifer Spake, I believe, and she talks about the meaning, how the meaning evolved. So she says that from its older use as an expression of content and satisfaction, it really has changed its meaning to the meaning that it is now used in our modern days. So it's frequently used as a reprimand, warning someone off from persisting in an inappropriate and excessive course of action. So we think that its meaning evolved from contentedness to contention, because it really is used in such political contexts and by various groups and movements, organizations and institutions. Enough is enough. We were wondering, because there seemed to be like an issue with classification of enough is enough. Some dictionaries claim that it is just idiom, so we could see it as a proverbial phrase. A lot of dictionaries say that it's just a phrase, and it is not going to be so easily resolved, but it could be seen as an idiom, as a phrase, as a proverbial expression and a proverb on its own right. This is our conclusion. And it's also very productive because it can be found not only in politics but also in popular entertainment and so television and music and others. We also found a very interesting entry in the Dictionary of Clichés. Very often when you hear a phrase that is repeated so often, it actually has a ring of a cliché. And again, we could spend ages discussing that, but it's not much of a point. But anyway, so why is enough is like more efficient than any other related proverbs, of which there are, by the way, quite a few. So we have related proverbs here listed by Strauss. And this is a list of proverbs which have got really very similar semantic content. And again, we haven't got time to expand on that. And there are more proverbs that we found in different dictionaries that could relate in meaning. And again, we could study it a little bit more to see into these proverbs whether they are actually very much in use and so on. This is work to be done. And as far as the frequency is concerned, we have found references to a couple of studies. There is a study which is quoted by Professor Meader by Kimberly Liu, where enough is enough was deemed to be the most popular of the proverbs that were put into that study, into that corpus, which was done over the study was done over the span of 25 years. This was also the conclusion of Professor Cermak, who in, I think, 2014 published a study based on British national corpus. So it's got this frequency. Now, I don't know how much time we have because there's another part of the presentation that we could go on. We could go on with conclusions. So
it's okay. It's your speech is the last one for today. Yeah, that's
right.
why. Yeah.
Okay. So, if you don't mind, I'll maybe we can first say a few things about tautology, and then we can wrap it up with conclusions. So, sorry. So, Harald, maybe you would like to say a few things.
Yeah, it could be. The type of utterance that we have in enough is what we can call tautology. And we have been studying several tautology patterns. Tautology would simply mean a repetition of words or unnecessary repetition. And we could make a classification. We have verbal tautologies, it is what it is, que sera, sera, etc. And the most common one would be the nominal. And there is an important study of a Polish linguist called
Wierzbicka.
Yeah, who has made a study of nominal tautologies, and this classification is based on that linguist. Then we also have adjectival, like black is black, etc. And then we would have adverbial, and that would be enough is enough. And we don't really know if there are many other in that category. So, which is the...
It's this one. Actually, Norek classified enough is enough as nominal, which we do not quite agree with.
Exactly, yeah. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a definition. We don't have time, I think, to see into this.
So we can skip that. That's what I just said.
Yeah. I don't know if are we going to talk about that?
A repetition of meaning?
There could be repetition of meaning, yes. Like you see here, the examples. So it's not repetition of words, it's repetition of meaning. You can see the examples. And of course, we could talk about quasi-tautologies or pseudo-tautologies. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. But I think that will be enough for this classification. And what is next? Cross-linguistic comparison. Yes, could be interesting to see what does it correspond to in other languages. We have done it on the basis of translation between English and other languages and see what is the predominant translations in other languages. And this is really too small for me, but...
So we have the French.
Yeah, you can read. Well, I can pronounce the French, trop c'est trop.
And then Italian, Portuguese, to which we added the Dimanche just recently.
Yeah.
And Spanish, German, Polish.
You have German, yeah. Well, you have genug is genug. And, yeah.
Yeah.
Too small to read for me.
Okay. In the Polish language, this structure, I don't know, Joanna, and I spoke to a couple of people today, it doesn't really lend itself to the translation, so we haven't got enough, have we? No. So we would like to perhaps go back to our conclusions and wrap it up now. So... yeah. This is something that we thought would be a good conclusion as one of the things that actually relates to what Lisa was saying today, in a sense about the life of a proverb. And Honek said something that really is worth looking at. He says that although the things that are or can be internal to the proverb are enlightening, the external life of a proverb is what makes it famous. Proverbs are part of the public scene because they have idealized meanings that have important social consequences. Well, he was really referring to those more nominal metaphorical concepts, but I think that the concept of enough is enough is very coherent with the metonymic idea of the container and so on. So it still fits into what he says, and it is the external life of a proverb that makes it famous and really gives us this interesting reading. And this is what we've been observing even in the course of studying the proverb, which is just 3 or 4 months. And exciting things are actually, yesterday's discovery makes it particularly exciting, I think. So the external life of the enough is fascinating. And we're going to do a lot more study into that. We would like to say that the journey of one proverb in politics may be quite fascinating, especially when the proverb is one of its kind, in a sense. Well, it is tautological, but it's the only adverbial one that we found, adverbial tautology. And it transmits really a complex thought or idea in simple, emphatic, and catchy way. Enough is enough communicates clearly that it is time to put an end to some illicit, abusive, or erroneous practice, behavior, trend. Hence, it often is selected by organizations, movements seeking political or social change. Why a tautological statement should be so resonant with politicians and the grassroots? Well, it has several appealing features, which we would like to term the 3 E's. We have repetitions, so we have strong emphasis by this repetitive pattern. It makes an emotive appeal, so it is emphatic. It's brief and memorable, so it's engaging. It's slogan-like. And as a proverb, it is a very productive and is high on frequency lists due to its open-endedness and contextual versatility. It is also quite adaptable and performs as affirmative, negative, question, rhetorical. You can use it as if it was an interjection. It can have a sort of like almost, it can be used like a single word as at the start of a sentence or utterance in the middle of a sentence. And so it really has got quite a few going for it. So let's face it, enough is enough. is enough. And this is a conclusion that we would like to leave you with, and also a philosophical thought. He who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. So thank you.
So we see tautology works in the content of Proverbs so well, and it makes catchy, memorable, yeah? So have you got any questions for this interesting speech? Okay, Professor Papamida, please.
Bernie Sanders is from Vermont, and Vermont is a relatively small but very beautiful state. But we only have 600,000 people. So when Papamida flies to a conference in the States, if I'm lucky, Bernie Sanders will sit next to me. So I've had great pleasure in knowing Bernie Sanders. He really is an amazing man. He is, in a roundabout way, a savior of the United States, if you believe in progressive and liberal ideas, as I do. He has written 3 books, and I've read them. And what Harald and Isabella have said, his most favorite proverb is, without any doubt, enough is enough. There's no doubt about it. And Isabella also mentioned the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, which is his second most favorite proverb. And as a little short comment, Isabella mentioned, I'm sick and tired of it. That's another one of his favorite one. Well, I wrote a paper on Bernie Sanders and his proverbial language. And I think you might get a kick out of that, Isabella and Harald. I like the man, you know, but I listen to him all the time, and he talks a lot. So I kind of, in a way, in my article, kindly said, you know, Bernie, enough is enough. In other words, you can also overuse a proverb of that, as you said, Isabella, that shortness and preciseness. And if you hear it again and again, as you said, it becomes a cliche. Yeah. And slowly but surely, you start reacting negatively to it. So if a politician overuses certain proverbs, it becomes somewhat of a joke, and people will start parodying it and will literally say, enough is enough. But Bernie Sanders is a politician that the United States really, truly needs, especially right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, any more questions, comments, please?
Well, since the mic is here, yeah, just wanted to comment on the qualities of this enough is enough, because on top of being very simple and easy to pronounce, in terms of conformity, the message, it's pretty easy to agree with the message. Everybody agrees that enough is enough because it's a tautology. So it will not be against the beliefs of potential speakers. The authority, who says that? Mostly it's people who are fighting against the establishment. So it has a very large pool of potential hosts. And it has many qualities like utility. It's pretty useful and can be used in many, many contexts. And it sounds nice. So there's ornatus. Novelty, I'm not sure, but it has many, many qualities. So it's very fit. It has a high degree of fitness. So that explains it, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it explains the fact that so many movements have taken over that phrase.
Harold and Isabella, congratulations for this beautiful poem, Enough is Enough. And when enough is enough, in a political discourse, never. Never is enough. And when the poor is poor, always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations for your so interesting expose, communication, but more congratulations for the way you have tell what you want to tell. in a so easy, with a perfect methodology. So congratulations, really. I'm very glad.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with you. Great. Thank you so much. Anyone? No? Let's. Thank you. Okay, so we have one more speaker, then we'll finish up. Okay, Mansetsi, yeah? Mansetsi James Mafela from University of South Africa. Yeah, I'm sorry if I have mispronounced it. Okay, he's a professor extraordinaris and emeritus professor at the University of South Africa, Communication Studies. His fields of research are literature, lexicography, and translation studies, folklore, and intercultural communication studies. He has published both nationally and internationally. You're welcome here.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry for the inconvenience I have caused to the association. I didn't think that it will come to this. Nevertheless, I will present what I have prepared, although the document is not edited. Then the title of my paper, it's Bavenda Proverbs on Politeness. Among the different racial and ethnic groups in South Africa, Bavenda ethnic group is seen as a group that display politeness than other groups. Members of other ethnic and racial groups often comment that Bavenda is a society that is respectful and well-mannered. These ethnic groups' politeness is realized in their actions and the way they communicate with others. They are known for their great respect. That is, they are known for their great respect of other people, young and old. Bavenda's politeness is rooted in their culture, which plays a dominant role in their life. This culture is protected in different forms, including orature. Proverbs are one genre that is used by Bavenda to protect their culture. As defined by Grulanik and Allen, politeness is found to be about being kind, considerate in manner, and showing good manners. Some Tshivenda proverbs have been used to pass the aspect of politeness from one generation to the next. Hence, politeness is still practiced today. The paper seeks to reflect on Bavenda proverbs as a tool of passing the element of politeness from one generation to the other. Then the proverbs which were selected are as follows. I will read the loose translation. One whose head is shaved holds it forward. That is the first one. The second one, laugh when you are given and laugh when nothing is given to you. A great one treads on a thorn even when he or she sees it. Rendering homage does not cause callousness. To eat an egg is to swallow it. Chewing it is now setting. According to the Tshivenda culture, it is expected that a person who is assisted should not dictate terms. He or she must obey the directives of the one who is giving assistance, especially if the assisting person is a senior member in the community. Dictating terms to the one who assists reveals that an element of disrespect, which is considered as rudeness, it might be interpreted, it might be interpreted as an act of resistance. This behavior is detested by the community, and instead it, that is the community, encourages respect. Members of the community are reprimanded by using a proverb such as "Muberwa unecheza toho," one whose head is shaved holds it forward. This proverb is defined by Van Vermelo as indicated there. Then Van Vermelo's definition focuses on cooperation. He compares necheza toho, holding the head forward, with cooperating passively. For one to attain an achievement in life, one must cooperate with others. Resistance is always accompanied by unpleasant results. Maumera defines the proverb as one whose head is shaved holds it forward. That is, if you need some assistance, obey directives from your assistors. Maumera's definition focuses on the obedience of directives, with an emphasis on obeying directives from assistors, especially if they are senior members of the community. Necheza, that is, hold the head forward, is interpreted by Maumera as obeying directives. It is not the nature of a vendor to question directives, even if they might be hurtful. Cooperating passively and obeying the directives of senior members send one and the same message, that of having good manners and being polite. Bavenda are optimistic in life because they are always hopeful. Even if they face challenges of life, they always keep a hopeful face. They would say, "Wapiwa use, wazima use." Laugh when you are given, and laugh when you are given nothing. Van Vermelo defines this proverb as follows: laugh when you are given freely, and laugh when niggardly treated. It is true that when something is given freely to you, you become happy. But if something is given to one stingily, he or she feels offended. The reality is that one will always be happy if treated well, but feel offended when ill-treated. The proverb preaches that one should always be happy when treated well and when treated badly. That is, one should be polite towards those who treat him or her well and those who treat him or her badly. One must be optimistic even if life is full of challenges. Through this proverb, Bavenda sent a message to the community that one should always be positive in life even if one encounters difficulties. Matiba's definition of the proverb echoes that of Van Vermelo. A person should stay happy when given freely or when given nothing. The proverb encourages members of the community to have a positive attitude towards life, even if they are faced with difficulties. People who have a positive attitude towards life display good manners, and a well-mannered person is respectful. Bavenda are polite people because they have a positive attitude towards life. In many instances, they do not show bitterness when they are ill-treated. Bavenda consider leaders and elderly people as role models in the communities. They are not expected to be annoyed by actions of their subjects and younger people, respectively. Even if the subjects commit errors, leaders and the elders are expected to pretend as if they did not notice, to avoid causing conflict. Matiba defines the proverb as follows. A great one treads on a thorn even when he sees it. An elderly person is expected to endure anything that hurts him or her. Matiba compares a thorn with anything that is hurtful because both inflict pain. Elderly persons among the Bavenda are expected to endure any pain that is brought about by people with whom they share life. They had to pretend as if they are not hurt. Van Warmelo's definition of the proverb is as follows. A great one treads on a thorn even when he sees it. That is, he regards trifles that will annoy smaller minds. I mean, he ignores trifles that would annoy smaller minds. Van Warmelo compares a thorn to a matter of no consequences. However, it is known that treading on a thorn is very painful, no matter how the size of the thorn is. But here, he is comparing it with a matter which does not hurt so much. Matiba does not differentiate between a serious problem and a less serious problem. Both hurt. It can be scary when one is aware that he or she is treading on a thorn. Even when one thinks of a thorn, one associates it with the pain it can inflict on him or her. As a result, one will not like to tread on a thorn. But as an elderly person, one is expected to absorb the pain. A thorn is associated with difficulties in life. Bavenda expect the community to pretend as if they did not notice a bad behavior committed by some members. Although the proverb restricts this to the elderly, the message is meant for the community. When some members notice that one member of the community is involved in unbecoming actions, they will tell an elderly or parents that the great one treads on a thorn, even when he or she sees it, to remind him or her to ignore the action. A parent or an elderly person could be exposed to an extramarital affair. This is just an example. On the part of the daughter-in-law or the son, but would not divulge the information to the couple because it could lead to a conflict in the family. Parents strive to save marriages rather than breaking them. However, an elderly person can try to reprimand the daughter-in-law or son privately against such a behavior. In this regard, an elderly or parent keeps in mind the proverb, an elderly person treads on a thorn when he sees it. Hence, other nations will always comment that Bavenda are a polite nation. Bavenda render homage to their traditional leaders. The subjects will go to the extent of showing submissiveness, humbleness, respectfulness, and even submitting physical items to their leaders. In the past, Bavenda used agricultural products to render homage to their traditional leaders. They did so because traditional leaders did not receive a salary for leading their subjects. To encourage the subjects, the proverb will be quoted. This means that Rendering homage does not need hard work. However, this act is presently applied to leaders in different spheres of life. Present leaders will expect homage to be rendered to them for returning a favor such as a promotion at work. Then Matiba defines that proverb as follows. Uruba auna mapone. That is said, you must do everything that you are instructed because it will cost you nothing. Matiba compares mapone, that is kalasis, with the cost that can be paid by a person to get something. According to Matiba, rendering homage costs nothing. One is expected to carry out errands instructed by the elders without complaint because it is said rendering homage costs nothing. This means that to be polite costs nothing. Van Warmelo aptly defines the proverb as saluting differentially, that is by putting one's hands together, causes no horny hands. Politeness and obsequiousness cost nothing. Among the forms of rendering homage, Van Warmelo emphasizes saluting differentially by putting one's hands together. This form of salutation shows respect. According to Van Warmelo, putting hands together costs nothing. Hence, it is said that it does not involve hard work. Calluses or horny hands are caused by working hard. This shows that an effort has been exerted to produce the results. Bavenda are submissive in nature, and it is their custom to salute respectfully by putting their hands together. Bavenda men would put their hands together in a sitting or squatting position, whereas women will do the same while lying on their side. Both acts reveal politeness of Bavenda. Bavenda believe that rendering homage does not need hard work, and they encourage members of the community to render homage to their leaders and elders because it costs them nothing. This cultural belief encourages members of the society to be submissive towards their leaders and elders. Bavenda do encounter problems in life. They solve their problems differently from other nations in some instances. In many situations, they solve the problems by not becoming confrontational, as they seek to resolve them in a peaceful way. Hence, they are polite. When one encounters a problem, the first thing that comes to his or her mind is the proverb, ukona gumba ndi umira, utafuna liasilinga, which means that to eat an egg is to swallow it. When you chew it, it is now sitting. That is, whatever you hear, keep it to yourself. Further talk about it does no good. Then Van Warmelo compares the raw egg with hearsay. In his explanation of the meaning of the proverb, he shows that people should not rely on hearsay, but should rather keep it to themselves to avoid conflicts. Bavenda are encouraged not to believe in hearsay, as this would land them to problems they might not be able to solve. Instead of passing the hearsay to others, they should keep it to themselves until the truth about it is proved. This means that one should not act on hearsay before one knows the truth. Matiba on the other hand, defines the proverb as follows. Ukona gumbandu mira, utafunalia siringa. Then to eat an egg ably is to swallow it. Chewing it is now sitting. If one learned about something that perturbs him or her, it is better to keep quiet and say nothing because it can cause trouble. Matiba compares an egg, especially the uncooked egg, with a problem. His emphasis is on a matter that is perturbing. According to Matiba, if a person encounters a problem, he or she must keep it to himself or herself, because talking about it might cause a conflict. Van Warmelo and Matiba raise two issues in their interpretation of the proverb. That is, problem and hearsay. Bavenda are not confrontational in nature. They handle their matters in a polite way. Members of the community are encouraged not to respond verbally when they encounter problems and hearsay. They believe that keeping quiet is the best solution towards avoiding conflict. The proverb discussed above emphasizes Bavenda's non-confrontational nature and encourages them to approach such challenges in a polite manner. Then, in conclusion, the discussion of the selected proverbs above has proved that indeed Bavenda were a polite nation by nature and are expected to practice their politeness even today. With racial and ethnic groups living interculturally, politeness is now limited to the adults. Some youth emulate the lifestyles of other cultural groups. The discussion revealed that Bavenda's politeness is revealed in their actions and verbal communication. They do show some respect to those who give assistance and are cooperative, and refrain from dictating terms. Members of the community are encouraged to cooperate in life. Bavenda have a positive attitude towards life. They remain hopeful, both when they are happy and when they are hurt. They are respectful towards those who treat them well and those who treat them badly. Bavenda are a people who avoid conflicts at all costs. It is their nature to ignore wrongdoing by other members of the community to avoid a conflict. They would rather enjoy the pain rather than confronting it. Bavenda are polite towards their leaders and the elders. They show this by rendering homage in different ways, including submissiveness, humbleness, and respectfulness. Bavenda are not confrontational in nature when it comes to solving problems. They seek to solve them peacefully. They would rather keep problems to themselves rather than causing conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor James. Have you got any questions, suggestions, maybe? Okay, please.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to hear about such a special culture. How does that culture survive in a, I'm guessing they live in a sort of larger community, and how do they survive in a, well, with other cultures around them who are generally probably not as nice and respectful and forgiving?
As I've indicated, I said that through the actions and what they say, then that protects that type of what I call type of culture. Then proverbs are just one means of doing that.
Okay, one more question. Okay.
Thank you very much. I have a question. Henna, are they from what part of South Africa? And how many people they are?
Okay, I think since you are from Angola, you might be knowing the different provinces in South Africa. They are in the province of Limpopo. That is the province which borders Zimbabwe. But they are scattered all over. That is in the cities. And that Bavenda are one of the minority groups. One of the minority groups among the Africans. And then you find that they are now approaching 2 million, between 1.5 million and 2 million.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If there is no any kind of speaker to ask or to comment, I call today's speakers, I'm in this section, for Maslina Ljubicic. We will send her maybe. Valida Madiarova, please. Isabella Dixon, Harold, please, Alan, and Mr. James Mafella, and me, Nargiz Abdullaeva, for being a chairperson. So it's all for today. Thank you for your patience and attention. Mr. Soares.
Thank you. Before to leave the room, I have one request from you. Marinella, can you help me, please? Yeah. As you know, we have the dinner of 9 November, that means next Wednesday, here in the hotel, and also here in the hotel the dinner on 11th November. And we need to know approximately the number of persons that are coming here. So please can... Okay. From those persons that are here, there are some, excuse me, there are someone that don't participate tomorrow, Wednesday, in dinner. Please raise the hand if someone is going out. All of you, okay, you know? You know. Okay. And on Friday, 11, who will be not here, please raise the hand. Portanto, cinco, ok? Portanto, 6. Aqui. Okay. And now, the most important, because it is not depending only of us, as you know, in every colloquium, the last weekend, we tried to go outside the Feira just to show for people, mainly for those that are coming far away, to show a little of our country. And during these 15 years, we try just to have different places to visit. This year, by reasons that most of you understand related with the instability in our society, difficulties on money, travel, and so on, just we, with the help of Iris Carvalho, we just got the position to go to Évora. We have been there, but unfortunately not so much to visit. This year we are visiting one foundation, and after we will have one special lunch at Évora, and mainly the Sunday, this will be on Saturday, and in Sunday we will come back to Feira, but in the midway we take one meal, one lunch at one very typical village, Cuba, not Cuba from Fidel, but Cuba in Portugal, with some historical reasons. And we discovered, because before to choose the places, usually myself and Marinella, during our sessions along the country, we are testing some places that in our opinion are good, because of course it's not comfortable for the organizers to invite people from different countries to go to a place, and that place will be not good. It's not a good image from Portugal. And for that we test before. And we discovered just Cuba, and mainly one restaurant, very typical, and after you will see. And also during these 15 years, during this weekend, we have tried several situations. In some municipalities, they offered and they paid the lunch. In others, they get some money, and the remaining we divided by all of us. But this year, because of the difficulties, the municipality at Évora as well in Cuba, they couldn't offer just this. But anyway, I think that really during these 15 years, you enjoyed, some persons more, the other less, but I'm sure that you will enjoy this trip. The problem is related with the availability of transportation. Even some of you knows that it's our intention of the organization someday in some colloquium to bring you to Lisbon, because sometimes you passed by Lisbon, the airport, to the bus terminal station to Feira. And I think that someday, some colloquium, we will organize just one trip to Lisbon. The problem is that we have rules for the drivers in what concern the number of kilometers it is possible to do by day, and of course the municipalities or the other persons that can offer us the bus, they avoid to pay extra hours. And this means that usually during these 15 years we had always one driver. But the distances that we have been in the past, they were compatible with to go and back in the same day. It is not possible to Évora because it's about 280 kilometers, more or less, and this is impossible to go and to come back in some day because, of course, we can go, take a lunch and come back and do nothing, see nothing. If not, of course, that we will arrive in Tavira out of the hours normal or hours for the drivers. So we took the risk just to start on Saturday from Tavira about 7 o'clock in the morning, just to arrive in Évora about 10 o'clock, to have time to visit in the morning what me and I choose, and after to take lunch, in the afternoon to have another visit, and because there is no time to come back to Tavira, we will stay at Hotel Vila Galé in Évora. And fortunately, the directors from this hotel and the director of Hotel Vila Galé Évora, they agreed just to make special prices for us. So the prices that are for the group is 84 euros and 15 cents for a single room, and 93 and 50 euro 50 cents for a couple. That means that if we organize to stay in double room, the price for person is 46 and 75 cents. It's less than here, but the same is more or less the same. So I need to inform Hotel Vila Galé Évora just which persons are coming, and just if you allow to share with other persons, because it will be cheaper. So I think that all of you are in position to say if it is possible to come with us to Évora and to return. And some persons maybe are starting from Tavira to Faro or to Lisbon airport. Anyway, just I think that it is enough time just to come and stay and go. Of course, that the night we will be at Évora, it's not paid here. And I'm sure that if you come back again to Tavira, you may ask just to keep your luggage for one night in the room, or if not possible, because fortunately this year there are lots of people traveling, they will keep as they do usually for any client. So if you can give me the names of people coming with us to Évora, I will thank you so much, because tomorrow they want to know the number of persons and which persons are alone or sharing with another person. Can I begin, for instance, with you? Are you coming with us to Évora? Yes. And do you share with? Okay. So please, OT. Já disse. Of course, that night we are staying at Évora. You don't pay here. You don't pay here. Yeah. Yeah. Not possible because.
Is Saturday morning? Yes, I'm possible. No. Then, yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm teaching on Monday, so I just had to.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, yes. Yes. Damian.
I've got a question. So you spoke with the hotel. What about the people who have already paid for Saturday night?
Okay, good question. Yeah. Damian, Damian said that really what happens for those persons that already have paid